minus 30. T minus 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Unity and it makes us so strong. So let us come. It's time to celebrate and move so sober. All day. That is what we need. We gather around today to reflect upon our past. We've come so far, remembering all of those who came before us. Kwanzaa, from Rosa to Malcolm to Dr. King and Turner, yeah. From DuBois to Ashanti Wild, we honor you on Kwanzaa. It is Kwanzaa, yeah. It's time to celebrate. On this day, we got Moja, Chocolia, Jama, Mia, Cuba. That is what we need. Night by night, we light a candle as we reflect on what it means to love. What it means to love. We got the red for the blood and black for us, and the green for the land, yes, for the land. It is Kwanzaa. Oh, oh, oh. It is Kwanzaa, yeah. It's time to celebrate, yeah. On this day, we need unity, self-determination, collective work, and economic opportunity, yeah. Purpose is what we need, and creativity. Faith is what we really need. Moja, yeah. Fuji chocolate, yeah. Ujama, Mia, Uma, yeah. Faith is what we really need.
Happy Kwanzaa, everybody. It's your RBG brother, Guy Nollywood Jr., coming to you with another exclusive video. This is pretty much spontaneous. I was just doing some thinking. So I was just like, you know what? Let me do a little throwback. I'm going to do a little throwback of a debate I had with a nemesis, Brab. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to play the video, and then I'm going to stop it and chop it up. So that's basically what I'm going to do. But I hope everybody had a wonderful Christmas. With me, of course, I've enjoyed my wonderful feast. I enjoyed my gifts. I watched my family open their gifts, and we drank champagne and all that good stuff. It was very, very lovely. It was very lovely. It was all about spending time with the family. And I know those that will probably have something to say, and they think that it's paganist. But these people, bunch of hypocrites. I'll tell people don't listen to them, because a lot of these people, they talk all this what's right and what's wrong. At the end of the day, these people are lonely, they're miserable. And when you look at their household and look at their situation, it's like it's very unstable. Always focus on the ones that's stable. I want to give a shout out to my good sister Rennie P. Hold tap to you, my good sister. Give a shout out, big shout out to Rennie P. Actually, her birthday was this month. So happy birthday. I'd say it's still your month. So just want to say still happy birthday to you, because I know it's still your month. So this whole month is yours. So happy birthday to her, and many more. Give a shout out to Cool Gamer. Give a shout out to him. Shout out to Cool Gamer. I want to give a shout out to my brother Rashid. Shout out to you, Rashid. So that's basically what I'm going to do. I hope everybody had a safe, and hopefully we can go in the new year fresh and just build on our goals. So that's what we're trying to do. We're going to build on our goals and try to accomplish those goals. So I don't listen to the rhetoric. I don't listen to that. To all this pseudo stuff, all these pipe dreams crap. I don't get into none of that. A lot of people just want to get on here. They want to talk. They want to condemn other people for what they're doing. And what you're doing is basically still in the rhythm of what you're about. But these people, they're contradictories. You see them, they have this mindset where because they're in a religion, they think they can do anything they want, but you can't do that. They want to condemn you. But it's okay for them to go out there, and they have this backup reason. Well, I can do that. And a lot of the times, these people, they just phony. I just tell people, stay away from hypocrites, these religious zealots and these religious hypocrites and these pseudoscientists. You know what I'm saying? Like, stay away from them. Stay away from them, because it's not good. A lot of people don't want to do the work. They don't want to do the work. So nothing they can say. They can say what they want. Because I bring the truth, and this is what you're going to see in this in this debate, what I'm going to show, this is a throwback debate that I had with the Bozo Muhammad in 2018. And I want y'all to take a look at this and see who really won that debate. I didn't want to do the debate. He wanted to do the debate. And a lot of times people, when they feel that you have a problem of their religion, they looking at you like, why do you have a problem with it? Like, I'm just like, God, I'm not for it. And even when you give them a logical reason, they still have a problem with it. So he come at me. He wants to debate me. So I gave him a debate. And basically, it was basically about the Nation of Islam. I believe it was called the Nation of Islam on trial. And one thing about trial, you have to show evidence. You're going to show documentation. And what he did, what this clown did, this idiot, he turned a historical debate into a religious debate. It wasn't supposed to be a religious debate. It wasn't supposed to be, you don't bring this God in it. You don't bring Jesus in it. You don't bring all this stuff in a debate. For some apparent reason, Black people have a problem of not bringing legit sources to their own people. When it comes to their own people, they just want you to believe them. They just want you to believe them. But when it comes down to the white man, they're going to give him anything what the white man wants because they look at the white man as powerful. And that's the problem. They look at the white man as powerful. So if the white man said, look, I want to see some proof of what you're talking about. They'll go run and get proof. And they will be the right proof. There won't be no pseudo sign. There won't be no pseudoism. They will give him they will give that white man or that white woman the proper documents that they ask for. When it comes to our people, they don't show nothing, or they want to beat around the bush, or if they do present something, it has nothing to do with anything. So this is what you're going to see in this debate. And there's going to be a lot of contradictory with this guy. There's going to be a lot of spookism that he's putting in the debate. And it kind of like, it destroys, it's not even fun no more. When it gets like that, it's not even fun no more, man. It's like, damn, dude, like you putting God and Jesus and Allah, Prophet Muhammad, and all these guys, all these people that has nothing to do with anything. Well, Prophet Muhammad, well, that's different because he supposedly was the founder of the founder of Islam. But nobody never seen him. Nobody never seen Prophet Muhammad. So we don't know if this person really exists or not. But we do know this, whoever this person is, created this thing called Islam. It did not come from African people. It did not come from black. I got to use the word black because they get confused, because black folks get confused because I'm not African. Well, I'm talking about the black African. The black African did not create no Islam, did not create Christianity. So I wanted that to be clear on that. And I know it's hard to swallow because some of our people got so conditioned and so marinated into the European religions that they can't get out of it. They got into what they call the sunken place. That's what they got into, the sunken place. So let's get into it.
It will be heated. It will burn.
Okay, just to remind you that, sometimes this internet connection, we've been having some crazy weather out there. Salute, Sister Raw. Shout out to Sister Raw. How you doing, big sis? Good to see you. Happy Kwanzaa to everybody. Happy Kwanzaa, happy Kwanzaa, happy Kwanzaa. Kuja Chakalia. Kuja Chakalia means self-determination. And we're going to determine to be successful and to strive for the best. All right? But first, we got to be unified. We got to be unified. So here I'm going to play this video. And then I'm going to chop it up as I go. It's supposed to be like 3 hours. But I go around, and this idiot, he goes around. So it's kind of like we go back and forth, and then the last round we engage each other. But I want you to listen to the nonsense that he says. This is when Hangouts was popular. So here we go.
Okay, today, welcome to the program. Minister Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam on trial. Today's debate will be epic. It will be heated. It will bring forth controversy. But I hope that we all remain brothers at the conclusion of today's discussion. I have two good brothers here with me today to provide testimony concerning this issue. On one side, we have my good brother Guy Nollywood Jr. who is a member of the RBG Nation as well as Pan-Africanist. His belief is that the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan is guilty of crimes of treason to the Black community, as well as the NOI is responsible for the murder of our great master teacher, brother, Minister Malcolm X Shabazz. On the other side, I bring my good brother, Maurice Muhammad. Maurice is a member of the Nation of Islam, as well as a supporter of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. So I know Brother Maurice does not take it lightly to hear another brother spew hatred on his teacher's name or the religion of Islam. Okay, let's talk about the rules real quick. Okay, we're going to begin with 5-minute introductions. And I guess, before this show, we decided that Brother Guy Nollywood will begin. So we're going to start with 5-minute introductions apiece. Then from there, we're going to have 3 30-minute segments, to where each brother will be able to come on, and give, their argument. This is going to be a trial. But one thing I got to say is, please, man, no personal attacks, no, threats of violence. It doesn't matter like how emotional, you become in this discussion. Like, we want to have like a good intellectual fight. Now, when it comes to like disrespecting people and, taking things out of context, if you can't battle, intellectually, to, fight and battle your case, man, then obviously, you don't stand on anything. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring my brother Guy Nollywood to the platform for his 5-minute introduction, and then followed by Brother Maurice. I'll have a timer going on, so I'll let everybody know, once their time is up. So, Brother Guy, Minister.
Yeah. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. As you know, this is Guy Nollywood, represent the RBG movement. You know what I'm saying? My I'm what considered the prosecutor, right? So my whole argument is going to show and prove that the Nation of Islam is a self-hate organization um, through the history of the religion, um, and that Farrakhan is the figurehead of a self-hate organization. So that's what I'm going to show for the people, and to let people see from is not it's definitely not for that religion is not for African people at all. So I would definitely present some evidence, and from the time Islam was created all the way to now.
All right. Peace and blessings from me. My name is.
Now again, you heard me say, I said I'm going to present some evidence, a lot of screen sharing, which I have proved, and to back up what I'm saying. So it's like they always saying, it's better than someone to show you than tell you. You have to show and prove. This is a trial. We had an audience. People were engaging in the chat. This is a trial. You have to treat this as a trial. Now, I don't recall, and I'm about to listen to this idiot, but I don't recall him saying that he's going to show anything. Even when you defend something, you have to show also documentation to counteract what the prosecutor is doing. Now, you're a defendant. He's a defendant. I said I'm the prosecutor. He's supposed to have documentation, some evidence to counteract what I'm doing, the information I'm doing. It's obvious the man was not prepared. He never been in no debate. So my whole thing is, how could you take up for an organization that you really don't know nothing about? But let's continue.
Brother Maurice D. Muhammad, and I will be defending the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, the Nation of Islam, and you and me as believers in this great teaching. I will be defending the best way of life for Black people, no matter where we are found on the earth. Our brother Guy, he is a good prosecutor. I'm not going to take that away from him. And I expect for our brother to throw everything at us, kitchen sink and the damn cement. But that's all right. I'm going to say, and we will stand on the truth. And when they stated, our minister vindicated our word. As Brother Craig, the moderator, was saying, you know, there be no threats for that foolishness, because we're having a conversation, a trial over points on which we differ. And just like now, we're brothers, we're friends, and we're going to be brothers and friends after this is over. So all of those who are joining us and all of those that are coming by and see this after it's done, prepare yourself to see our brother get his tail waxed. And I rest.
Okay, yes, sir. Yes, indeed. So neither one of you went anywhere close to the 5 minutes that we initially were going to say. So I didn't even need to use the timer. So, okay, we're going to begin with the first, the body of the argument. Now, you'll get up to 30 minutes, brother guy, or whatever. So when you're ready, let me know, because I don't want to start before I start this. But, you don't have to go 30 minutes.
Okay.
Or whatever. Just, just put your first, because you say you want this broken up in 3 different
Right.
Right.
But
Okay.
yeah, right, pretty much, yeah. Yes. Round
Okay.
like 3 rounds, pretty much.
Okay, so when you are ready, let me know and I'll press that button and get started.
All right, I'm ready.
You're ready. Okay, here we go.
Well, first, before I go in, I want to ask my brother real quick question, and it's a yes or no question. Brother Maurice,
Yes,
do
sir.
you honestly believe in your heart that the white man is the devil and now this is where he fucked up, because I used the word belief. That was a curveball question. I used the word belief. I said, do you believe? Now, belief is something that you think it is, but you can't prove it. People believe in Jesus. They know they can't prove that he existed, but they think he existed. So that's what it was. And he should have said, well, brother, I don't believe, I know. That's what he should have said. Because now there's doubt. There's confusion. You don't know if the white man is the enemy. You don't know if he's the devil. You don't, because this is coming out of their organization. So when I showed the 5,000 years that we was dealing with the Tamahus, where we call Europeans today, but we call them the Tamahus. We've been dealing with them and fighting with them for 5,000 years. And I'm going to show that. But he did not know that. Because their religion, because he could not say that he could not say that, oh, he knows the white man is the devil. He can't say that. Because Master Brab Muhammad, what they call master, he is white. He's a white man. So he's trying to be very slick with his words, but he messed up. He's messed up. This is an ancient war that I'm talking about. All right. Now, as you can see, people, that my brother Maurice said he agreed that he believed that the white man is the devil and he's the enemy. Now, Maurice, do you see this picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, family. Now, this is the difference between spirituality and religion. Now, spirituality it's all about proof. It's all about what you know, not what you believe. So the word belief means something that you think, but you can't prove. proof. It's not like my brother said, well, I don't believe. I know the white man is the devil and he's the enemy. Now, that tells me there's some doubt there when he said he believed. There's some doubt, there's some conflict. Now, as you can see, there's a picture in ancient Kemet, how our people knew the white man was the devil. They knew that the white man was the enemy. And this is on the walls of Kemet. They were trying to warn us then. Okay? So this is proof that the white man is our natural enemy. Okay? So that's the difference between spirituality and religion. Now, let me go to the next slide. Now we're going to get into the history of Islam. Now, as you can see, there was the sub-Saharan slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade. You have the sub-Saharan slave trade lasted 1,250 years plus. Now, I would say this, you could do a lot of damage to a race of people with that amount of years. Hands down. The transatlantic slave trade lasted 430 years. The sub-Saharan, 1825 million transported, 45 million died. Compared to transatlantic, 12 million transported, 23 million died. Sub-Saharan, slaves were brought by land. Transatlantic, slaves were brought by water. The sub-Saharan, double castration, very few descendants to present date. Transatlantic, have more living descendants post slave trade for less castration. Now, if you look down the bottom here, they said the sub-Saharan, they favored the African woman. They favored black women, enslaving black women was the priority. Where that the transatlantic, their focus point was the black man. Okay, let's go move on. Okay, there's this book called The White Gold. Islam affects indigenous people for the worse. And it's in this book, based on a true story, and this guy is a ruler named Mullah Ismail Ibn Sharif. And he ruled, he's a Muslim, and he ruled Morocco from 1672 to 1727. And as you can see, he claims to be the descendant of Prophet Muhammad. Okay? Now, he had 25,000 slaves to build his capital of Morocco. He created 150,000 black slave army. He had a black slave army called the Black Guard. Okay, so this guy owned slaves. Now, as you can see, he's a white man. Okay. Just to let you know, I'm showing you the history. I'm showing you how black people became Muslims. I'm showing you. Like the idiot said, he only believe. If you believe, then there's some doubt there. You don't know if the white man is bad or good because he gave you that religion. You practicing. You even took on his name, Muhammad. So that's why he said he believed. Can't prove it. But you took on his name. You took on the big bad white man's name. You took on his religion. But then you think you're going to whip his ass with his religion? You think you're going to win? You think you're going to get over with his religion? This is the reason why most of these morons wear bow ties. You're a servant. You're just a butler. You're a butler. That's all you are. You here to serve. You here to cater. The tie do not represent wings. Like one B-rap idiot, he said, "Oh, it represent wings, angel wings." No, it don't. It's a damn lie. It's a damn lie. You're a servant. You're a butler. Just keep it 100. Nobody not into that stupid nonsense. Just making up stuff because it makes you feel good. So I'm showing you the evidence. I'm showing you the history. Because when you're dealing with trials, you have to show a pattern. You have to show the history timeline. Was there a history to this person who murdered, who raped? Did this person has a history? We're not just talking about we're not talking about an organization. We're talking about the religion itself. We're talking about the religion itself. You can't turn around and say, "Well, I don't believe in God," but you still dressing like a Muslim. Well, this is all I know. You look like an idiot. You confused. But that's what religion does. It confuses you. Especially if it only get confusion because it's not yours. This is the reason why most of these Muslims are not respected by the real black people not really Muslim. They really what they call Muslims. Moslis. Muslim. Let's continue. This is based on a true story. Okay. Now, this man right here, that's a black man. That's a black man. And his name is Tipple Tip, right? But they say his real name is Ahmed bin Muhammad. Okay? This is a black man. And he exploited his own people, right? He's a slave trader. He was an ivory trader. He even owned plantations. Now I'm going to show you something. Now, of course, you see him with his Muslim brothers. You see him at the end. And you see him with who? A white man. All right? Now, according to this, they said by 1885, Tipple Tip had 7 plantations and had 10,000 black slaves. And as you can see at the bottom, they're holding this large, heavy ivory. Okay? This is what he was doing to his people. Okay? Now, I'm going to pull up. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see something. Okay, I don't want to get too far here. Okay, I'm going to pull up something else. Let me see. Do y'all see this book?
I still see the picture.
Okay, let me do something. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay. All right. Okay, I don't know if y'all can see this. The book here.
I see where it says an Arab name.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, there's a book. I can't really pronounce it. I wish I can show it on here, but there's a book by an Arab named Albin Kaladin, right? And you could look this name. I wish I can't really pull it up on here for some reason, but I thought I could pull it up. But anyway, there's a book here called, I can't really pronounce that name. These Muslim names is really difficult. But in the intro of this book, y'all see it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the intro of this book, it says, therefore, the Negro nation, this is Albin, this is what he's saying. Therefore, the Negro nation are, as a rule, of submissive to slavery, because Negroes have little that is essentially human and possesses attributes that are quite similar to those of dumb animals, as we have stated. Okay? And then he says in the book, he said, there is no marriage among them. The child does not know his father, and they eat people, but God knows best. He says, they are people of black color, flat noses, kinky hair, and a little understanding of intelligence. And this is what these Arabs think about us. But for some planet reason, I've heard these black Muslims call them their brother. That's ridiculous. This is what they think about you. They're writing books about you. Now, I know what my brother Maurice is going to say. He's going to say, well, Islam was here way before Prophet Muhammad. Okay, then who was this guy who created Islam and why he's not on a pedestal? But for now, it's all about the Prophet Muhammad. And we're going to get to that in a minute. Okay? Let me close this out. All right. Okay. Go back. Let me go back here. Screen share this. Now. So now the question is, who is Prophet Muhammad? Right? Who is he? Do he exist? Well, number one, we don't even know who this man is. We don't even know. Nobody never saw a body. Now I'm going to show you my ancestors, or I would say our ancestors, because it's brother Maurice as well. This is the body. Now, y'all see this, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that's King Tut. That's the body. So my question is to my black Muslim family, where's the body of Prophet Muhammad? No one knows how this man looked. Well, my brother Maurice probably might say, well, it doesn't matter. You're just going to have to take our word for it, damn it. So I'll be like, okay, we'll take your word for it, brother. We'll take your word for it. We'll take your word for it. So now my next question is, well, how did he look? Was he a black man? Was he a white man? Was he a good guy? Was he a bad guy? Did he own slaves as well? Okay, that's the question. Now we're going to get into something. There's a book called The Life of Muhammad. And basically, they talk about this Prophet Muhammad guy. They talk about his life. So in this book, people want to know, probably like with me, I want to know, okay, how did this man look? Was he a white man? Was he a black man? Well, we'll see. Let's go here. We're going to see if Muhammad was a white man or was he a black man. Now, as you can see in chapter 28, the prophet was white with elegant face, and it's highlighted red. Yes, he was white. Okay? All right. And they even said right here, they said whoever says that the prophet was black is killed. The prophet was not black. Okay. Okay. The prophet was not black. Again, it says, I saw the messenger of Allah with white complexion and some white hairs. So reading this, what tells me that the Prophet Muhammad was a white man. But wait a minute, the white man is supposed to be the devil and the enemy. So why is it that these black Muslims is worshiping a man that they consider to be the devil and the enemy? Did Prophet Muhammad own slaves? So we'll see about that. Let's see about that. Well, I know one thing, Prophet Muhammad, it seemed like to me he don't like women to rule. Never will succeed with such a nation as makes a woman their ruler. So they don't. So the Islam, I say the Muslims do not believe women to rule. Now, of course, ancient Kemet throughout Africa, way before Islam existed, we have women rulers. We have no problem. Look at Queen Candace, who ruled Ethiopia. She was a commander of military. We had Queen Nzinga, who was the queen of Angola. We didn't believe in no Islam. We believed our sisters to rule. But according to Prophet Muhammad, he's not standing for that. They also, according to the book, they said the black man was Satan. He was considered evil. And they used the word he was a black man with long flowing hair and flaming eyes, dark reddish. You know, they say Satan was the evil one. Right? Of course, Prophet Muhammad owned slaves. It shows right here, he owned slaves. A black slave of Allah's messenger. They say he had a black slave. And to this day, if you look under, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you look under what happened in Libya, look what the Arabs was doing to our people. Look at that. I don't. Would you still call these people your brother? You would still call these people your brother? I'm a little confused. Craig, how many minutes I got, brother?
Got 11 minutes.
Okay. So we're going to talk about, so now that Prophet Muhammad is a white man, he owned our people, and he considers our people evil. Right? So now we're going to get into the pedophilia. Okay, let me go back. Muhammad, he raped a 9-year-old girl. Now, here's the thing. This is in their Quran. In Islam, Quran 654. Now, like I said, this is according to their Quran. In Islam, rape, marriage, and divorce of a pre-pubescent children is allowed. Now they saying rape is allowed in Islam. So that should be disturbing. Well, it must be true, because they said Prophet Muhammad was doing it. Well, let's see if everybody else was doing it. As you can see, there was a well, let me look. Let me just go this. There was a mass Muslim marriage in Gaza. They said Muhammad married a 6-year-old bride, but Islam was involved in 1,500 years. So they had grown dudes marrying babies. Now it makes me wonder, why would you want to join a religion that will allow to rape children? And I know Brother Maurice wouldn't stand for that, because I know this got to be disturbing. But I'm gonna show you some pictures. This is them. This is the mass weddings. These are children. These are babies. Look at these grown ass dudes. Look at this. Children. And they forced into that. These are children are forced because their religion said it's a good thing. Look at this. I want people to take a good look at these sick. I mean, this is sickening. And it seemed like to me, no one gives a goddamn, because, it's like, oh, well, they can do that because it's in our religion. Look at this. Prophet Muhammad practiced it. See, Prophet Muhammad practiced it. It wasn't abuse or exploitation. It was marriage. Now they saying this is marriage. That's a baby. And this Dr. Phillips, he's not a white guy saying this. This is a Negro saying this. And what did he say? If a Muslim man in his 50s wanted to marry a young woman who was 9 or 10,
who was 9 or 10, and she had reached puberty, it's legitimate. You see how indoctrinated this is? You see the slave mentality of this? This is a black man, and he know damn well he wouldn't. What happened if that was his daughter, 9 years old, and some grown dude took advantage of his baby girl? You imagine that got to be frightening as a young girl, and they just put her, oh, you're married, and this grown man touching her and all this other stuff and raping her, and she don't know what she's going on. She's still playing with dolls and stuff. That should be frightening, but this is considered in the Quran. They say rape was legal. It was allowed. And I would love for my brother Maurice to explain how he's comfortable with this according to his religion. I'm assuming he knows this. Okay? So this is a very disturbing religion, all under Prophet Muhammad. Slavery, rape. This is very it's barbaric. You know, the killings, joining hands with the white man. You know, I mean, it's just a very, very disturbing religion, and I'm so hurt that my people. I don't know if they know this. I don't know if they're aware of this, but I've heard Black Muslims calling these devilish people their brother. These Arabs, their brother, when they go to these little deli stores and stuff like that. But this is not our thing. This is not us. They don't even respect women to be rulers and leaders. But that's the difference between spirituality and religion. And you can have, if you become a spiritual person, you can have the same type of principles. So, how many minutes I got?
You have approximately 3 minutes and 58 seconds.
Okay, so I guess I'll rest my mic on here.
Okay, yes indeed, yes indeed. So now we're gonna bring forth, if you want to close out your screen share.
Okay.
Let me reset this timer. We're gonna give let me just reset this to 30 minutes so we can give Brother Maurice the opportunity to come on and rebuttal. Just a second. Okay, so Brother Maurice, whenever you're ready for me to start the timer.
Now, you heard my side. You heard my side. You heard my side. I show evidence. I show proof. I even showed how they are following the Quran. I even showed how those Arabs or those Arabs, whatever you want to call them, how they are following the Quran. Now, this idiot, this moron, Brab, he's going to say that what I was saying in the Quran was inaccurate. Now, I don't read the Quran, okay? I don't read the Quran. I can care less. But I do understand if they are following, this is something that they wrote. This is their stuff. Now, this Brab Bozo Muhammad, he didn't write that. You can't interpret somebody else's work. You don't do that. You don't speak Arabic, black man, black woman who's so-called in the Nation of Islam. You cannot speak it. No matter how much you try, you cannot speak it. How much you could sound Arabic or whatever, you cannot speak the language. You don't understand it. They are practicing it. I'm showing the practice. He's going to tell me I got it wrong. Again, he hasn't shown no evidence. Now, remind you, I'm showing grown men messing with young female children. I didn't say anything about these homosexual Arabs messing with little boys, which is true. Which is true. You have a lot of that going on. You have a lot of homosexuality in these Arab religions. But I didn't mention that. But he brings that up because that's what goes on. There's a lot of interracial relationships. There's a lot of homosexuality into the Nation of Islam, which they don't speak about. They don't talk about it. But we already know that's what goes on. But they get in front of us and say, oh, it's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong. You don't do that. Now, of course, in African culture, we already know that stuff is wrong. We already know interracial relationships and marriages, interracial marriages and homosexuality. We already know that's wrong. Because our history tells us. But they practice that stuff. In order to hide that, they try to put that in Quran. They have no shame putting pedophilia in their Quran. They have no shame of that. But listen to what he says. And again, he shows no evidence. He's a defendant. I'm the prosecutor. He's a defendant. I'm the prosecutor. He shows no slides, nothing.
Let me know, my good brother.
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Okay, we will be starting it right now.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Brother, let me ask you a question. You said that it was in the Quran that it was okay to rape children. Can you tell me which surah and ayat that is?
So now,
Or which chapter and verse?
that was 45. Let me see. Hold on. I'll tell you right now. Give me 1 second. I'll tell you right now. Okay. Quran 65.
Now, I want to say this. This is what gets stupid. Now, I don't know if the moron even paid attention, but I showed that in the screenshot. They tell you exactly. Matter of fact, I showed you multiple. Where that scripture was coming from, or what they call it, the scripture or whatever. But I showed you multiple. So now I'm telling him where I found that from. But like I said, I backed it up with evidence. I just wasn't saying it. I backed it up. I showed pictures. I showed proof. Now, of course, he don't know about that because he's not studying this stuff. I know about him. I know about this more than he does. How does that work? How's that work, Mr. Brab? She said, truth, AA4 said, not saying it's right, but there's a lot of pastoralists in Africa that have nothing to do with Islam that still have child brides. Where in Africa? Where in Africa? You know what I'm saying? So because you know, there's a lot of northern Africa, there's a lot of Arab controlling that part. So, you know, when we talk about, you know, you gotta let me know where in Africa. So yeah, South Sudan, okay. That's South Sudan. So like I said, but a lot of these where these Arabs at, they practice that a lot. That's their thing. And I showed you see me showing the evidence. That's European stuff. That's Europe. That's that Europe Arab. That's that Europe Arab crap that they do. That's their thing. That's their thing. So I'm telling him, I'm already showing him. I'm saying, I'm telling him now, but I show him multiple scriptures that came from the Quran. Again, I show pictures. So I said, there must be, that's what I said. It must be telling the truth. It must be saying it because they are practicing it. They are practicing it. So I don't think the dude understand. I don't think he understand the religion that he's in. He just joined in it because he idolized Farrakhan. That's the problem. You idolize Farrakhan, and then you get caught up in something you don't know nothing about. That's the problem with these Negroes. Yeah, it's wrong. To me, it's wrong. But a lot of these people from in the continent of Africa is either Muslim or Christians. Very rarely, it's a small amount of people. You might find some tribes that still stick with their tribe. A lot of them, but the majority of it either Muslim or Christians. So if they're not Muslims, they're doing it. They're either Christians, they're doing it. But let me say this, but we're just talking about as far as what goes on as far as going on in Middle East and even the northern part of Africa. So I'm gonna continue. Hold on. I want y'all to hit that like button, share, because I'm gonna break this down.
And 4?
Chapter 65 and verse 4?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I want to start off. And could you repeat for me when you talked about spirituality? What did you say spirituality was?
Spirituality
Mm-hmm.
is basically there's no it's totally different from religion. Religion is more like control. Mm-hmm. It's basically spirituality is all about proof and evidence. We everything, when we put everything in the walls of ancient Kemet and stuff, mm-hmm. That's spirituality. They show what we have done. Mm-hmm. We show rulers. There's the black man, black woman. It's all about embracing
African spirituality is nothing but it's so many things. What I should have said was it was something tangible. Again, this is my first debate. I think I learned from this debate. But basically it's something tangible, something that you could touch, feel, smell, see, taste, something tangible. something that gives, like I said, give life, something that would give energy. Energy, you don't see energy, but you know it's real. You know it's real. Okay? That's like saying liberate, like the word revolution or liberation, like the word freedom. You can't see freedom, but you know freedom is real. It exists. Religion don't exist. It's a belief. You can't see it. You can't feel it. There's nothing. You know when you're free. You know when you're liberated. You know when you feel loved. So it's an energy. It's an energy. It's an energy that what the sun gives. It's an energy when you smell a flower. It's an energy when you touch certain things. You get a feel of an energy. That's what spirituality is. You can't get that from a religion. It makes you feel good temporarily when a preacher's like, "God, Jesus, this, Jesus, that." It just make you feel good temporarily. But in the long run, you still in the same. It doesn't give you no type of motivation. When the deities that African people used to worship, it was symbolic. We know those deities wasn't real. But these Negroes today was taught that Jesus was real, Prophet Muhammad was real, and David and Goliath and all these people, all these so-called men, no women, all men were real, and you can't find one bone. So that's what I was trying to say. But let's continue.
Life.
Okay. Perfect. That's good. Okay. I want to go ahead and I start. No, I heard when we look at Islam, and we're looking at Islam that was started in the East. Our people, Black people, already knew of the concept of the one God. Okay, we already knew that. We didn't need a book to tell us that. When Prophet Muhammad freed Bilal, who was a slave in Abyssinia, and he was teaching.
Okay, the truth, he's mentioned all these women that I really don't know, but they're not the forerunner. So when I look in the Bible, I should be able to see. When I look in the Bible, I should be able to see Ruth or whatever. I should be able to read their stories. You don't get that. I don't see that. I don't know their stories, and personally, I really don't care. But when I went to church, when I was a Catholic, so let me tell you about. So he mentioned Bilal. He mentions Bilal, right? Now he even said Bilal was a slave. He said Bilal was a slave. So if you're a slave, that means you got all your knowledge from your what? Slave owner. Bilal, I believe Bilal was an Ethiopian. Bilal was an Ethiopian. Let me see if I can find. And I believe he was an Ethiopian. He was captured. And was enslaved by the Arabs. He was not the founder of Islam. He was forced into that religion. So you're going to take a slave knowing that you're the same way, and then you're going to hold a slave to be your leader? You're going to get a slave to be your leader? Everything he knew from his slave owner? Doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't make any sense to me. That Bilal has nothing to do with this. Bilal is not the founder of the Nation of Islam. Bilal was a slave. Did Bilal go around liberating his people? Did he fight against the Arabs? You don't hear that. He didn't mention that. That's what I want to hear. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He didn't do that. He didn't do that. Bilal went from one slave owner to another, and then he became under the wing of this Prophet Muhammad.
Bilal about Islam. And when he got to the part about God being one, Bilal, our brother, said, yeah, we already know that. That's nothing new to us. This is who we were.
First of all, the one God. Let me say this. Let me say this, please. The whole one God thing came from ancient Kemet. That came from King Tut's father. And I believe his name is Akhenaten, if I'm not mistaken. I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. But that came from King Tut's father, where he changed into a one God concept, a one God ideology. That did not come from Islam. That's why they say, well, we already know that. But where do you think they got it from? And like I said, don't take my word for it. Do the research. King Tut's father. So that did not come from Islam. So he's wrong again. He's wrong again. And this is what happens when you don't provide evidence. I don't know if this, look, I didn't know nothing about no Bilal until he mentioned it. He should have screenshot his work. He's just talking. He's talking. When you claim you're a teacher, he claimed that he teaches. When you teach, teachers show. They don't preach. Now he's doing a preaching thing. Again, this is a historical trial. This is a historical trial. He did not show one evidence, one proof. You're supposed to provide the source, sir, but you failed to do that. No one didn't know about some of us didn't know about no damn Bilal. And then you contradict yourself by saying, well, he was a slave. Well, I'm not going to listen. A slave is not a founder. We're talking about the founder of Islam. And according to my knowledge, that they said Prophet Muhammad was considered the founder. I'm just saying.
How so bringing to us is nothing new about it. Now, Bilal is very pivotal, not pivotal, but I would say very, pivotal, because he did make a switch. Bilal is a very pivotal and an important part of our Islamic history. you know, we have the call to prayer, which, you know, everybody hears, you know, Allahu Akbar, and such and such. Well, that did not come to Islam until Bilal came. So if you go to any of these Muslim countries, I think especially Syria, and they will take you to the grave of their quote unquote beloved master, Bilal. And Bilal was a black man again. And he was a very close friend, a very close associate of Prophet Muhammad. Now, you said that Prophet Muhammad of Arabia was a white man, and you are correct. Prophet Muhammad of Arabia, he was a white man, okay? Now, I want to say also, Islam came 600 years after the death of Jesus. So when you're dealing with 600 years after the death of Jesus, and you want to apply modern concepts or modern terms like pedophilia to an established way that was already in operation prior to what we have now. So I would not think that that would be considered pedophilia, simply because A, if that was the tradition of many more, child gets into puberty, and they start their cycle or whatever, then, you know, they say that she's a woman. That.
Now I want you to hear what he just said. He said, "Well, that was that's what how they back then. If that was their tradition, he didn't find nothing wrong with it. Just because somebody did do a tradition doesn't mean it's right. People would say that about American slavery. Well, that was the law, so it wasn't bad because it was considered a law. Well, Jim Crow was considered law too. So going out and just lynching, was that right? Because it was the law? Doesn't make any sense. See, that's that savage, that European savage Neanderthal thinking. He's not, this dude, this bitch boy he was not thinking like an African. He was thinking like a nasty Arab. I don't care how long has it been. Look, you got pictures of Cupid naked with grown men in pictures. And people would say that's art. Now he would look at it and say, oh, well, that's art because that was back then. But what you're looking at is their sexuality. That's what they were promoting. They were promoting their sexuality through pictures and through their art, what you consider art. They was promoting through their so-called classical art. And they didn't hide it. So for you to say, well, that was okay because that was back then you have that same mindset. You're not even thinking like an African. You're thinking like a Neanderthal Arab or Arab. A typical wannabe Muslim. But at the end of the day, they call you Muslims because they know you're not real Muslims.
That was going on even way after that, even when we got into the 20th century. That thought, matter of fact, in some states in America, you can marry a girl if she's 15. You can marry a girl if she's 14. you can marry a girl if she's not 13, but I think the youngest age is like 14 with a parental consent. Now, do I agree with that? Hell no, I don't agree with it. But that is legal. Okay, so when you're dealing with, over thousands, over 2,000 years ago, over 3,000 years ago, cultures in that time were very different. So, and I'm about.
So he said that cultures back then was, again, he said it was legal. He said because it was legal, it was okay. Doesn't mean it was right. Doesn't mean it was right. Because unfortunately, you still got people practicing it till this very day. People still practice pedophilia till this very day. This is what you call, you have the NABL Association, North American Boy Love Men Association in the United States. So you have these things still going on. That should be a problem. True said there were all women in the Bible. Again, these women, what does that mean? What is their role? What was their role? All the Ruth and all, what was their role? And it should be equal to Luke and Jesus, and all. It should be equal to Paul. What was their role? Because as far as I know, in the Bible, it said it was okay to rape women. Women is a lot of misogyny, what they call a misogyny. It's a word, misogyny. I'm sorry, misogyny in the Bible. There's a lot of misogyny in the Bible. So what was these women's roles? What that was so important? Because according to the Bible, women could not teach. What was their role? Just to make babies, to lay down on their back? It doesn't mean nothing. It doesn't mean nothing. So he said they play a minor role, though. Well, yeah, but it doesn't mean anything. If their role was minor, it doesn't mean anything. You might as well just throw it out the window. Doesn't mean anything. It's all about men. So he's truth said, well, I don't think he was saying the one God concept came from the Middle East. Well, he was saying that that's how Bilal had brought it to their attention. Or was it the other way around? But it was brought up. But that one God is old. It's older than Islam. That's the point I'm making. Doesn't matter who brought it up. I really don't care about that. But the one God concept is old. That's an ancient Kemet thing that came from King Tut's son. King Tut's father. King Tut's father came with the one God concept. Has nothing to do with Islam. But see, this is what happens when you don't know your history. Because you're taking something, you're taking a baby and you try to make it over, you try to make it, you try to take a child to rule their parent. And I don't like that. It's wrong. Facts. Bilal was a tool to use to call other slaves to, I think she meant submit or whatever. But yeah, that's true. Bilal was a slave. That was total irrelevant. That was totally irrelevant. I didn't even know why he even mentioned Bilal. Who cares about Bilal? Bilal was a slave. I don't give about no damn slave. Did he revolt it? You got to bring something. If a slave wants to be free, and he said, no, this is how we're going to do it. But he was a slave. He learned what he was taught from the Arabs. He said, I don't think Indiana and Wisconsin is actually legal to marry a farm animal. That's not entirely true. Fact is not everyone is equal. He was saying that Bilal, an African, already had that concept. Yeah, but it's an old concept. It's an old concept. It doesn't matter. Bilal was a slave. Okay? He wasn't no leader. He wasn't, I'm not going to listen to a slave. That's just me. I'm not going to listen to some slave who was taught by their slave owner. That's silly. That's like me saying, well, I'm going to listen to what Nat Turner has said, you know, about the Bible. But Nat Turner learned everything from the white man, from the Europeans. Now, when Nat Turner fought against it, he said, no, then I would be like, okay, I like that part, but I'm not going to listen to Nat Turner if he's still under the slave owner. And he's still preaching and, oh, well, you know, and he's having the debate and he trying to check. No, you learned everything from the slave owner. Teach me something about a revolt. That's what I want to hear. Okay, prayer equals prayer. Okay. So that's what she meant. Okay, okay. He said Bilal was free by that time. But they say he was under the wing of Prophet Muhammad. So what did Prophet Muhammad was teaching him? Again, he was under the wing of Prophet Muhammad. Yeah, he might have been free, but he was still learning under the Prophet Muhammad. 12 Bells. When did I say I had a problem with Nat Turner? Did you hear what I said? You got to go back and hear what I said. I was trying to make a point. I didn't say anything. You can't, you know, I did not say anything about have a problem with Nat Turner. I was making a point where if Nat Turner started preaching to me about a Bible, about anything, I'm going to say, no, you got that from the Europeans. And that's what the Bilal thing came about. The Bilal was a slave. He didn't revolt it. He didn't say, you know what, and create his and have Africans behind him. Now, if you're going to say that, and then he created a whole new religion for black people, then I can understand that. He got away from the Arab stuff, then I can understand. But Bilal did not do that. So I was just using Nat Turner as what if Nat Turner did that. Yeah, you got to catch the replay because you misunderstood me, sis. But hotep to you. I'm glad you came on board. Hotep to you, sister. So glad you came through. Yeah, yeah. And I remind you, this is what I'm saying. He just agreed with me that Prophet Muhammad was a white man. He said, yeah, you absolutely correct. He was a white man. So now Bilal was learning all that stuff from the white man. And then and later on, you're going to see Elijah Muhammad learning all that stuff from a white man named Brab Muhammad. It's a cycle it's another whole cycle in a new era. It's a new era. It's the same thing. It's the same thing, but let's continue this.
In the Quran, because I've never seen that in there where it says that you have the right to rape I've never seen that. So I want to go and pull that up.
Now, you see how he try to twist my words? You see how he try to twist my words? I did not say rape. I said that there are taking advantage of young girls. Of course, they're not going to use the word rape, but they saying if a woman is on her menstrual cycle, and he just said, well, that's how it was back then. That was legal. He said this. They come out of his mouth. That is considered rape. They're not going to mention in the Quran. And I'm saying that they still practice, and I even show pictures how there was a mass wedding of grown men marrying 9, 8, and 9-year-old girls. These wasn't their fathers. So what is he talking about? And then he said, well, I never read that nowhere. Sir, you never read the Quran. You never read the Quran. I could just tell, just about telling, because if you read the Quran, you would have automatically knew what the hell I was talking about. How the hell you going to be a Muslim and you don't even Quran? See, this is where he is a true paganist, because he reads the Bible more than he reads the Quran. You do not supposed to read the Bible, sir. You supposed to read the Quran. That's paganism. That's paganism. You are a paganist, Bozo Muhammad. Of course you don't understand the Quran. Brian E. and BK said, my old producer was at NOY. He showed his true colors eventually when he was just had the argument, said he was going to get me touched, and I ain't responsible enough to, wow. Wow. He said, no Muslim. No, they don't supposed to read the Bible, truth. That's my point I'm trying to make. They don't supposed to read it. According to the Quran, Christians and Jews are their enemy. Do not practice their ways. This is in the Quran, but he didn't know that. He did not know that. But you see, because he's following Farrakhan. This Negro even said it was okay to kiss another man in the mouth because Farrakhan did it. So anything Farrakhan do, he follows. You see Farrakhan hugging and kissing Flager. You see him holding hands with these Orthodox Jews. The Quran is against this. Supposedly, the Quran is against these things. It's sick to my stomach, these hypocrites. But they want to come to you, African people, and they want to come to you, my African family, that like they're righteous, like they are the authority of how African people should live. And these are the biggest hypocrites. The biggest hypocrites. I'm sorry. And let me tell you something. He's not the only one that thinks this. There's many of them that thinks that way. He's not the only one. Let's continue.
Because that's quite disturbing. But we got to have actual facts so we'll know, what's what. So just give me a second here. Right. Come on. I'm just waiting for it to load. All right. 65 verse, you said verse 4, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I just want to say this. 12 Bell said, sounds like pedo acceptance. Of course it's pedo acceptance. Of course. They are minor attractor. Yes. Facts. And when you sit there and say, as you're supposed to be an African man, and you sit there and say, well, that's how it was, and it was legal, it was okay. That means if this nutcase lived around that time, he would be messing with children. He will be messing with children. Think about that. I don't get down with that. Just because something was a law doesn't mean it was right. Let's make that perfectly clear, family. And you see how he's searching? And then when he saw it, he didn't even screen share the thing. You're supposed to screen share your information. I don't know what he was reading. I don't know what he was reading. You're supposed to screen share your information. I screened mine. I don't think that was fair. But he's reading something. I don't even know what the hell he was reading. Well, that's what I'm saying, Truth. As far as I know, I don't think all Muslims are like that. I know the Nation of Islam Negroes, they are talking about Jesus a lot. I haven't heard the Sudans, or I don't know, these Sunnis or Muslims or whatever. They don't talk about Jesus. They're not into all that. They're not into all that. I'm not saying they don't mention him, but they're not into that like that. That's a Christian thing. And Muslims look at Christians supposedly as paganist people and vice versa. The only people that I know that talk about Jesus more is the people from the Nation of Islam. Brian said people can like and respect who they want, but I don't FW know one form that organization, they too sensitive and taking an Arab faith still at the end of the day. Yes. That's true. Brian, you're on point. Facts. They still take on the role as the Arabs, and I'm gonna relate that to the Nation of Islam. They still reading from the Arab Quran. So they supposed to practice what's in the Quran. There is no new and old Islam. That's and this is what this idiot said. When we follow, I don't know if he said we created a whole new Islam or we got a new Islam. There is no new or old. Islam is Islam. This is what they call it, the Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam. So anybody could be, if a white man say he's a Muslim, they're going to accept him. Anybody that's considered or practice Islam, they will be considered family. She said, not true. In the Quran, Muslims are allowed to deal with believers of the book. Okay. It says in the Quran, Muslims are allowed to deal with believers. I would like to. Do you have a? Can you prove that? Can you prove that truth? Now the NOI are different because they ain't Sunni Muslims. Well, yeah, I know that. I know that. But they still practice. They still read the book. They still follow what's in the Quran. Yep, truth says comes back to money. Facts. That's true. Thank you, Reddy P. Thank you. Hit that like button, smash that like button, share the program. Yep. Racism in Mecca. That's true. Ain't nothing changed. There's a lot of white Arabs beating up the B-Rabs. Ain't nothing changed. You got that right, Raw. That Quran ain't saving black people for nothing. So what's the point? What is the point you taking on their religion and if they're still treating you like crap? Brian said they do the same thing to their own people, just over opinions, and I can't rock with people like that. Facts. That's right. Sister Raw, whites in the front, back. Sister Raw on point. Yeah. Ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing going to change. So let's continue.
Okay, and on the one that you're looking at, it talks about that chapter is called the divorce, chapter 65.
Right.
Okay.
They said rape, marriage, and divorce was allowed in Islam.
I'm not seeing that. Let me see. Okay, I need to, I'm gonna have to pull it up on my actual computer. So just give me 1 second to get this pulled up. Because this, that part is so important that, we need to really get the actual facts on that.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's.
Yeah, it's very disturbing.
Yeah.
Like I said, I could be wrong. But this is the evidence I got. It is being practiced.
Okay, verse 4.
Okay, got 19 minutes, just to let you know.
Okay. Verse 4 says, and those of your women who have despair of menstruation, if you have a doubt, their prescribed time is 3 months. And of those two who have not had their course, and the pregnant women, their prescribed time is that they lay down their burden, and whoever keeps their duty to Allah, he makes his affair easy for him. Now that's chapter 4. That's verse 4, chapter 65 of the Quran. And nowhere in there did it say anything about rape. And I will go down and read the description, because in there it tells you it breaks it down to go even deeper of what they're talking about. Okay, it says, it is recorded that the directions contained in this chapter were needed to correct a mistake made in connection with the law of divorce. Ibn Umar, who has divorced his wife when she had her, he was told to take her back as divorce was ineffective, less with a wife her menses. So that it is against Islamic law to divorce a woman when she is during her menstrual cycle. So I don't know where information that you got that from, but that is plainly has been shown to be a lie. One that we have to remember is,
again, you notice he didn't screen share the information. I don't know what the hell he was reading. I shouldn't have to say, could you screen share your work? Now, he been on YouTube for a while now. He been on YouTube maybe longer than I have. I know how to screen share my work. I've been screen sharing my work. Far as I know, he could be telling us anything. I believe that he gave us false information. I believe that Bozo Muhammad gave out false information. You did not screen share your work. I don't know what the hell you're reading from. You talking about propaganda. Where's the work? Where's the screen share? I screen share mine. But see, he knows the truth. He knows the truth. And you see that somebody who claimed they love their people, they will hide the proof. They will hide the evidence from your people. This is the reason I have a problem with our elders when I was growing up, because they should have told us the truth. This bastard hid the information from us. He knew I was right, and he said something totally different. Totally different. He didn't show anything. This is what happens when you're dealing with religious fanatics, these religious zealots. This is exactly what happened. They will hid information from you. He did not screen share his information. I don't know what the hell he was reading from. It didn't even make sense to me. I want people to see this. I want people to see what he just did. He did not screen share his work. This is something that was talked about when we had to, before we did this debate, family, we had a 3-way conference call. I even said, if you're going to show or defend the nation or defend your religion, you're going to have to screen share your work. You're going to have to show this is a trial. There's the reason why I said Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam on trial. And he failed to do that. He failed to do that. He's reading something. I don't know what the hell he's reading. And now he's telling me I'm wrong. Well, how would I know I'm wrong? You did not even show the evidence. Where's the proof? Please, this is exactly what I was trying to warn my people about. When you're dealing with these religious zealots, these people, these pseudo zombie cats. This is exactly what I've been saying. Let's continue. Didn't show no evidence. I don't know what the hell he's reading. But I'm wrong. Okay. I got you, buddy. I got you.
out there as it was shown, because you read something that was supposed to come out of chapter 65, verse 4. And when I read 65, verse 4, it doesn't exist to what you were saying it was. So there's a lot of propaganda mixed in to do what? To destroy people's understanding of what Islam is. Now, you talked about Islam not being good for Black people, or Black people not having a good reputation in Islam. Now, I'm not going to deny that there was and there still is racism in Islam. Racism is in every part of our world. There is nothing, nowhere that racism has not touched. Wherever you have the dynamic of Black and white, you have white on top and Black down the bottom. That dynamic is everywhere. Now, Prophet Muhammad said that he heard the footsteps of Bilal going into paradise before his own. What does that mean? That means that he heard Black people going into heaven before white people. Okay. Also, Prophet Muhammad, before he left over the,
you could tell he's making this up. You could tell he's making this all up. He did not show no evidence or screen share about this Prophet Muhammad. We don't know this Prophet Muhammad even existed. We don't know nothing about this Prophet Muhammad. Then this is the information, again, he's quoting from the so-called enemy that he claimed is the enemy. Wait a minute, I thought the enemy is a liar. Now, all of a sudden, this white man named Prophet Muhammad, he said, oh yeah, this, he said this is going to be the Black man, he's going to lead and all this other stuff. He said, there's racism everywhere. So how is joining their religion is helping Black people? And if Black people still at the bottom, how is this helping? How is Islam helping African people? If African people are still at the bottom, we adopt their religion, but we still at the bottom? That doesn't make any sense to me. They're not joining our religion, and we at top, and they're at the bottom. I can see we have our own religion, and they join our religion, but they still at the bottom, and we still ruling. But it's not like that. So again, how is Islam beneficial to African people? He still has not explained this in this debate. He's talking about what some white man has said. I don't care about what some white man has said, or what he think he said, because he didn't show anything. How would I know he said it? How would I know Prophet Muhammad said it? How did he know? How did he know Prophet Muhammad said this? I want my people to think he's talking out of his ass, and he's not showing any evidence of what the hell he's saying. How did he know? Was he there when Prophet Muhammad said this? Where's your evidence, Bozo? Where's your evidence? And you can tell he's thinking, he's looking up, he's thinking. And he also said, and he's going to be the Black man. I mean, I don't want to hear that. It's nonsense. It's stupid.
Black. To me would no longer be Islam would go on a different course. Now, our Islam that we were given by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that this is a new Islam. So this Islam and the Islam that they practice today is not the same Islam. So whatever their history is, that's their history. That's not our history. We are not here to follow them. We are here to guide them to the straight path. So it is in Islamic culture or history that the Mahdi will come and guide the Islamic world back to the straight path. And we say that God came in the person of Master Brab Muhammad. He is the Mahdi who will guide the nation of Islam to, or guide the Islamic world to the right path that the nation of Islam has taken. It is not for us as Muslims to follow them. And we don't do that. We don't follow them. We stay where we were taught, and we make them bow down and follow us. So when they came to America, to our Islamic conference, and there's proof, they crowned Minister Farrakhan as the Grand Mufti. They crowned Minister Farrakhan in Saudi Arabia and said that there was a black sheikh who was the
Now you notice he's still talking. They said they crowned Farrakhan and they did all this grand stuff for Brab. Let me tell you something. I didn't benefit from none of that stuff. First of all, he didn't show no evidence. Again, where's the evidence? Where's the crowning? Where's all this praise that Farrakhan has? And our people are still suffering. Our people are still suffering. I didn't benefit. I wasn't crowned. If that really happened, I wasn't crowned. The 40 million plus of African people in this country, and matter of fact, I would say the billions of African people did not benefit none of that. But since we're talking about United States, we can go with United States. So again, how did Islam benefit African people? I want somebody in the chat to let me know that how did Islam benefit African people? Because we're not controlling anything. We're not controlling no governments. You know, I'm talking about United States. We're still suffering. We're still begging about reparations and stuff like that. So how is Islam beneficial to African people? And he used the word the Islamic world. But I thought you wasn't part of the Islamic world. I thought you created a new Islam. But you use the word Islamic world. So the Islamic world is that you got an old Quran and you still follow the old Islamic rules and laws and regulations. You could call anybody and say, well, we follow new because what? Because you wear suits and bow ties. And the only thing you walk around and say, Akalaka Alaikum, brother. Akalaka Alaikum. And then he said master. He said the word Master Brab Muhammad, who was also a white man, which I will show in this debate.
Head of all sheikhs. And they gave me a cloak and his staff. And the staff is like a stick that you walk with. And the minister asked his son, what does this mean? Why is he giving me this? And he says, he's giving you his authority. He's giving you his role. So he's submitting himself to you. So when we know in the Nation of Islam that we were taught that the white man is the devil, we don't change from that. That is our teaching. And if the Islamic world don't like it, we don't care. We don't change. Minister Farrakhan went there, and for 3 days, they wrangled over that, and they could not defeat the argument that Minister Farrakhan made. So no, brother, we don't follow them. We don't bow down to them. No, they do bow to us because we are not of that. That's why there's so much weakness in the Islamic world. That's why they're so weak. That's why America kicked their ass any damn time they want to, because they're weak. They have strayed from the straight path. They don't like black people. That's evident. That's evident. I don't shop at Arab stores. Because I know they don't like my people. You don't like my people, you don't like me. And guess what? I don't like you. So we're not taught to go and jump over our people to embrace an Arab. No, they will bow down to us like they do. So no, that's a.
You see that you hear the contradictory. I'm hearing contradictory. First, he's saying that Farrakhan got all these praise. He got all this praise. He was praised by these Arabs. They gave him a stick and all this other stuff. They shower him with this. But then when it came down, but he said, well, I don't like them. I'm not going to shop at their stores. So I'm a little confused. So you have Arabs that did all these good things to your favorite spiritual leader, but you don't like them. You claim that you hate them. And he's supposed to be your brothers. These Arab people are supposed to be your brothers because they're Muslims. And I doubt very seriously Farrakhan would approve of that. If Farrakhan did not like them, he would have said, don't give me anything. He would have rejected their showering with the gifts and praising them and all. He would have rejected. He said, no, I don't need you to do that. You could just go on somewhere. I want to be praised by my own. So that's a contradictory. It's a contradictory. So where's the loyalty in the nation? If you were so against what the Arabs are doing or the Arabs are doing, your favorite leader, Farrakhan, would have rejected them at all costs. Be like, no, I don't want you showering me. I don't want you doing this. I don't want you doing that for me. Go somewhere. Bye. But you claim that you hate them. You claim that you don't want to have nothing to do with them. But Farrakhan has no problem calling them their brothers, mingling with the Arab, the white man Arab. He has no problem mingling with the white Arab. You should have a problem with that, Bozo. You should have a problem with that. I'm just saying. There's a contradictory there. There's a conflict. This is what I'm saying. That word belief, he messed up on that. He messed up on that. Because you're quoting from the same enemy that you claim, from the same race you claim that you said it was the enemy. I'm a little confused by that.
A misunderstanding. What the spirituality is the quality of being concerned with the human spirit or soul as opposed to material things. So spirituality, you can't see your spirit. We can't see that. That's, what they would call invisible.
See, this is where the spookism comes in. That's that European mindset. He's looking at spirituality means ghosts and goblins. So when you think that Neanderthal religion mindset, you're going to think that. Or you can't see your spirit. You can't see your soul. We're not talking about that. That's two different type of spiritualities that we're talking about. But because you're not into look, when you're not into science, you don't know. You wouldn't know. He's not a man of science. He's a man of religion. So of course, spirituality to him is ghosts and goblins. Spookism. He made this debate, and if you notice, he made this debate into a religious debate. This was not supposed to be a religious debate. This is supposed to be a historical debate. Now, he said Prophet Muhammad, but then you quote from Prophet Muhammad, but you didn't show no quotes. Where are these quotes coming from? When did he say this? Where did he say this at? Where you get your information from? Then he talk about Farrakhan. He didn't show no pictures of that. This is what I'm saying, family. When you are in a deep discussion, and when you're on trial, you're going to have to show evidence. Because when you go to actual court, when a white man say you better bring some evidence, damn it, you're going to bring evidence to him. But for some reason, black people feel that when it comes to each other, oh, they don't have to bring nothing. You just have to believe. I don't go by belief. I don't go by belief. So all this, what he's saying, was based off of belief.
Transparent, you can't see, but you feel it. You can feel the presence. You can feel the essence of someone. So when you're going to church and you're doing these things that can be seen of people going to church or going to mosque, yeah, you practicing religion. But the unseen is how you live your life. It's what you do in your life to make you connect with the Creator, and you and the Creator become one. That's what spirituality is. And it doesn't give a damn about who see me or not, because it's what's on the inside of me that motivates me to do what I do. It is that thing that gives me my strength, that regardless of the situation, that it cannot be destroyed. So when you see Minister Farrakhan and him take the strong stance, or you see any of us take the strong stance that we take, it's because our spirituality is intact and it's not compromised and it's impenetrable, because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has given us a truth that can never be defeated. The black man and woman is the first people on earth. We are the children of God. We are God. And that is something the Islamic world don't agree with, but we don't change it. We don't change it, because it is not for us to follow them. It is for them to follow us. And that is exactly what is going on. When you see white Muslims in Russia, when Minister Farrakhan went on his World Friendship Tour, and in Russia, they were had revoked the minister's visa, but the white Russian Muslims said, if you want to stay, we will fight them for you. We will kill them for you. The minister said, no, you ain't got to worry about that. I'll go ahead and I'll get on this plane and we can go on about our business. Why would a Muslim, a white Muslim, embrace Minister Farrakhan, who said a white man is the devil? Why would white?
You heard what he said? He said white Muslims. He said white Muslims. Wait a minute, I thought white people cannot be Muslims. I thought white people cannot be part of the Nation of Islam. He said white Muslims. Let me go back. Let me hear this. Let me try to hit it on.
That it can see Mr. Farrakhan and him take the strong stance, or you see any of us take the strong stance that we take. It's because our spirituality is intact and it's not compromised and it's impenetrable, because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has given us a truth that can never be defeated. The black man and woman is the first people on earth. We are the children of God. We are God. And that is something the Islamic world don't agree with, but we don't change it. We don't change it because it is not for us to follow them. It is for them to follow us. And that is exactly what is going on. When you see white Muslims in Russia, when Minister Farrakhan went on his World Friendship Tour, and in Russia, they were had revoked the minister's visa, but the white Russian Muslims said, if you want to stay, we will fight them for you. We will kill them for you. The minister said, no, you ain't got to worry about that. I'll go ahead and I'll get on this plane and we can go on about our business. Why would a Muslim, a white Muslim, embrace Minister Farrakhan who said the white man is the devil? Why would white Muslims in Russia say that they are a part of the Nation of Islam when they know we teach that the white man?
I stand correctly. He said that. He said they're all part of the Nation of Islam. White Muslims said, he said that they are part of the Nation of Islam. He said, why would they say they're part of the Nation of Islam when we say the white man was the devil? You know why? Because what their thing is, and again, they're only talking about white Jews. They dissect white people. They don't look at white Muslims the same way as white Christians or white Jews. Their whole thing is, we're going to attack white Jewish people. See, this is where it's coming from. Now, I know I heard him correctly because he said that these are white Muslims. They said they was part of the Nation of Islam. I know I heard him correctly when he said that. He said, I didn't say that. You said. That's why I say you got to play the tape back. Now, why would you, if somebody that you claim they are the devil, why would you mingle with people who claim they're the devil? That don't make no sense. But because they're part of the religion, remember this, the Nation of Islam, not nation of African people, not nation of black folks or the black Americans or whatever, is the Nation of Islam. So anybody can say, hey, I'm Islam or I'm Muslim, they become family. That's why Farrakhan embraced the embrace all races of life who said they are Muslims. And he co-signs with this. And again, I want to know, how is it helping us as African people?
Man is the devil. Because as Quran says, the guilty blue-eyed devil. Ain't no black people with no blue eyes. The guilty blue-eyed devil. They understand who they are, but they also understand that if I submit my nature to do the will of God, then I can be spared. I can be saved. So they will submit their will to do the will of God. Anytime a white person, whether you're Muslim or not, embrace Minister Farrakhan and you know that he has not changed the teachings, because we all still say it just as it was given, or matter of fact, took it up another level, because the messenger actually said, stop saying the white man is the devil and start saying that the white man is Satan. Now, there's a difference between devil and Satan. See, because Satan operates in
now I want people to understand what this debate. It just went straight left. He turned something historical, actual history, and he made it into a religion. He made it to a religion. I didn't want this. So he kind of went, I'm gonna be honest with you, he threw me off. He threw me off. He made us into a religious debate. And because most of his audience at the time Well, Muslims, they can relate to that garbage. They can relate to that garbage. So yeah, most of his so-called flunkies that said, oh, he won Bozo Muhammad because they can relate to pseudoism, fantasy. I was bringing historical evidence. He just totally skipped over that. He did not show the screen share where he claimed that he was reading from the Quran. He didn't show that. He didn't even put that on the screen. I don't know what the hell he was reading. He totally lost me. But I stuck my guns. I didn't let him get away with that because I knew he was what he was trying to do.
Satan makes little devils because Satan operates with knowledge. And as it was shown today with the information that you presented that was patently false, that did not hold up, because in the Quran, in that verse that I read, and anybody can open the Maulana Muhammad Ali Holy Quran and read it for just as I read it, and you will come up with the same thing. We don't worship Prophet Muhammad. So you said that we worship him, but we don't worship Prophet Muhammad. That's nowhere. The reason people don't know where Prophet Muhammad is buried is simply because it is like law to worship Prophet Muhammad. That's why there's no pictures. That's why nobody knows where his burial is, because it's unmarked. So they don't want you to begin to worship Prophet Muhammad, because in Islam you say there is no God but Allah. So if you're worshiping Prophet Muhammad, then you have taken him as a God other than Allah. Okay. So I dealt with the rape thing. Now also, I want to say this. Don't confuse the Arabs' culture with Islam. Because when you confuse Arab culture with Islam, then you really get off track. Okay. When you look at women and you said that they're not respected, in Arab culture, women are not respected for the most part, from what I've seen in Arab culture. But what I've seen in Islam is totally two different things. Mm-hmm. We had Sister Minister Ava Muhammad. She was a Southern regional minister. She was over the Southern region. So we have sisters that are ministers. We have them, like I said, Sister Ava. You know, you see sister captains, lieutenants. So there's no such thing that the Nation of Islam disrespects our women. We're not known for that. We're known for the protection of our women. We're known for the elevation of our women, because it is the Nation of Islam that
I have to butt in real quick. The Nation of Islam is known to abuse women. They are known to beat up their women. Even Farrakhan said that he said that he striked his secretary because she wouldn't listen. He said, "Yeah, I'm guilty for physical abuse." You had this old bag Elijah Muhammad manipulating young girls to sleep with them and have children by them. According to Malcolm X, and I believe Malcolm, between the age of 16 and 19. So where's the protection? Yes, the Arab culture, they've been influenced by the Arab culture. It's the same thing. And you're going to see that in this debate. I'm going to prove that. Again, he did not show any evidence, because if he tried to show any evidence, it will contradict everything he says. So he's trying to talk his way out of a debate, and you don't do that. He knew he was going to lose this one, and he lost bad. He made this debate a religious debate. This was not supposed to be a religious debate. He knew that. This moron knew that. Maybe let's continue.
Teaches no nation can rise above the standard of its woman. We teach that. So we taught that the black woman is the second self of God. Ain't nobody get that from nowhere else but the Nation of Islam. It wasn't until the Honorable Elijah Muhammad came and was teaching that the black man is God and the black woman is the second self of God that knowledge began to flow. It didn't come from nowhere else but the Nation of Islam. So, you know, again, you have to separate Arab culture from the religion, and you have to separate the Nation of Islam from what they practice in the East, because you're looking at two different systems with two different understandings, and we as the Nation of Islam will never succumb to that foolishness. How much do I have?
Okay, you have 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Calm down.
Brother I, would you like to ask me a question on anything that I've just said?
Let me see. No, not at this moment.
Okay, perfect. Let's see. I wanted to add. I want to go into one more thing as well. Just give me 1 second so I can find it. Oh yes, heaven. When you talk about the Arab slave trade, right? And that was real. That's not a damn joke. That's real. That happened. There is no people on this planet that have not abused and misused black people. There's none. Nobody's hand is innocent. And what I'm talking right now, I'm talking particularly among those that were shipped from the motherland to America, to Haiti, to Brazil, you know, to Europe. You know, I'm talking about us now. Everybody on the planet played a part in our downfall, played a part in our enslavement. And it is not for us.
So now he's saying that everybody who was non-African played a part of our downfall, played a part in enslaving our people. He says this. I want y'all to put a nail in that. He said everybody played a part. But when I was talking about the Mexicans, how the Mexicans were coming into the nation, how they was being recruited, he's saying that he embraced them. He said they also been mistreated and da 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 da. But I said, wait a minute, it's not about them. This is about us. So, and I said, you said they everybody will play the part in our downfall. So why would you want to cater to somebody who played a part of your downfall? See, because their thing is to serve. That's the thing. You serving everybody. This is where the butler suits comes in. You're a slave.
Give even the blacks a break, because they are responsible for what they have done and what they continue to do to us. Nobody gets a break from that. And I don't give a damn what your religion is. You don't get a break from your responsibility, for you owe us reparations for what you have done to us. Now, granted, there was a period of time where they were doing bad shit and some people stopped simply because we're not in that environment. But then as a whole, You know, they all owe us. And it's important that we get that understanding and know that even the slaves that's in Brazil, they're even from us because they were enslaved 100 years after we were. But our condition is still worse than theirs. So we that are slaves here in the
Now you heard what he said? This is the FBA talking. Basically, what he's saying, what happened when black people was transported in Haiti and Brazil and all these other places, he's making it seem like those black people did not experience any hardships. It was only African people that were shipped over here we experienced the worst of the worst. Over there, they were just partying, jamming. They didn't experience no real hardship of slavery, or they had it good. We the only people in the United States had it rough. I don't separate. And what he said was a complete lie. Because if you hear the conditions that African people went through, and you hear the revolutionary called Zumbi, was a revolutionary African man called Zumbi, how he tried to revolutionize his people, of African people over there. You hear about Toussaint. You hear all these revolutionaries. We had Annette Turner because we all shared the same suffering. We shared the same suffering. True said, wasn't Jamaica and Haiti documented as being particularly the worst than the United States? Yes. Yes. Yes, that's facts. And you had Queen Nanny in Jamaica. You had all these people that fought the enemy, that fought against the English, that fought against the British. Look at what's going on in South Africa, how they had to fight against the British. But you're going to say that we had it worse than others, than our brothers and sisters who've been families been separated? So that's that FBA type of talking points. And I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that type of talk.
America was done the worst out of everybody. And we should not give anybody a break. Do not give anybody a pass, not even the goddamn Indians. Because it was 5 tribes who fought on the side of the South. And out of those 5 tribes, when the Civil War was over, they still had a slave, and America had to threaten them with war if they didn't release us and share the land. But I'll get into that a different day. But I just want to make sure that all of us understand that nobody gets a pass for what was done to us. We will hold everybody accountable, and their bill is due. And I rest my mic.
Just to let you know, you're going to hear the contradictory when I bring up the Mexicans joining the Nation of Islam, and all of a sudden, he's going to feel so all of a sudden they get a pass. And then I said, well, I thought everybody took part of our downfall. See, the contradictory. Because Farrakhan allowed it to happen, it was okay. It was cool. So anything Farrakhan does, oh yeah, it's okay. It's cool. The contradictory. He was on point about the 5 tribes that own African people. Yes, he was on point. But the Mexicans, they're closer to the Indians, right? They would tell you they're connected to the Taínos. They would tell you that. but you feel sorry for them. But then the other note, you're saying, well, they were part of our downfall. I'm a little confused. But he'll say this in the second part.
Yes, indeed. Okay, that was a great round. Let me prepare this timer again. So now we're gonna go into round two, and we're gonna give my good brother Guy Nollywood Jr. back the microphone so he can go into round two. Of his presentation. So yes, indeed, my good brother. Whenever you are ready.
All right, I'm ready.
Hey, just a minute. Let me reset this timer. Let me get everything. Okay, I'm about to go in 3, 2, 1.
All right. Okay, that was very interesting. My brother said some very interesting stuff. He said that that Islam was a new Islam. He's in a new Islam, but it wouldn't be a new Islam if it wasn't for the old Islam. Okay, so to me, I disagree with that because I believe, according to the information that I got, because this is going into the Nation of Islam now. But before I go into the Nation of Islam and knowing they still practice the old Islam, I'm going to say two quotes from my great teacher, Dr. Ben, and the Honorable Marcus Garvey. The great Dr. Ben said, Islam is Arabic. This is the reason why my brother Maurice probably reading the Quran in Arabic, not Swahili, not Ashanti, no African language. It's in Arabic. So Dr. Ben said, and I quote, Islam is Arabic, we are greater. So in other words, he said, we are better than that, we're greater than that. Never allow your oppressor to misguide you. Know your true history. No religion was before the Nile. No one is before us.
Again, I quoted something from Dr. Ben himself. That's an actual quote from Dr. Ben. So in other words, this is the great Dr. Ben. This is the great Dr. Ben. Let me repeat that again. I'm going to repeat that. I want people to understand. This is from scholars.
That Islam was a new Islam. He's in a new Islam. But it wouldn't be a new Islam if it wasn't for the old Islam. Okay? So to me, I disagree with that because I believe, according to the information that I got, because this is going into the Nation of Islam now. But before I go into the Nation of Islam and knowing they still practice the old Islam, I'm going to say two quotes from my great teacher, Dr. Ben, and the Honorable Marcus Garvey. The great Dr. Ben said, Islam is Arabic. This is the reason why my brother Maurice probably reading the Quran in Arabic, not Swahili, not Ashanti, no African language. It's in Arabic. So Dr. Ben said, and I quote, Islam is Arabic, we are greater. So in other words, he said, we are better than that, we're greater than that. Never allow your oppressor to misguide you. Know your true history. No religion was before the Nile. No one is before us.
So again, history is important. He brought religion to the debate. I had to bring up Dr. Ben. All that other stuff he was talking don't mean a damn thing. He turned, or he was trying to mix history with religion. You don't do that, because you're confusing your audience. You don't bring God, you don't bring Prophet Muhammad, you don't bring any of these people. Now he said, well, there's no we're not supposed to worship Prophet Muhammad, but you quote everything that Prophet, he just did a whole quote of what Prophet Muhammad said. You might not look at him as a God, but you look at him as a prophet. So yeah, people do worship prophets, or put prophets on a higher level. But I quoted from the great Dr. Ben that our history is more important than these stupid ass religions that was forced on us. So all that crap that he was saying is out the window. And if you're not quoting from our people, and you rather quote what some dirty stinking some Arab are saying, something is wrong with you. I'm quoting from my people. My people have did this. My people have put in work. That's who I'm going to rock with. And that's what it means by being Pan-African. These people want to be something that they can never be. Then now you're going to hear me quoting from Marcus Messiah Garvey.
One month, a prophet to come forth and give him the Quran of economics and intellectual welfare. Where is he? Now, I'm gonna screen share. Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Okay, what happened here? Okay. All right. Okay. Now, come on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to get this thing on board. What's going on here? Okay. All right. Okay, what's going on here? I'm trying to screen share this thing. All right, let's do this. All right. There we go. Now I'm gonna screen share this. Come on. Did everybody see this?
Yes, sir. I can see it clearly.
Okay. Now my brother said, again, he said the white man, well, he said he believed the white man was the devil and the enemy. Now, of course, as you can see, Wallace Farad Muhammad, as you can see, he's not a black man. People might say that he was mulatto. People might say that he was an Indian. I've heard so many stories. And I've even heard say he was European. Well, of course, in the 1920 United States Census, he even reported that his race was white. But again, he's not a black man. He don't look like me. He don't look like my brother Maurice. He don't look like Malcolm. He don't even look, hell, he don't even look like Farrakhan, nor Khalid Muhammad. Okay? Now, so basically, the Nation of Islam was founded by a white man. Now, what is wrong? Okay, so what if it was? Because if you look over here, the founding members of the NAACP was founded by white people too. Now it becomes a black organization, just like the Nation of Islam, right? So now Brab Muhammad is a white man. So it feel like that he's not black. I tell you that. Okay. Now let me go back. Let me get out of here. Let me see what's up. Okay. Okay. Now we're going to talk about. Let me go back. Let me do this. And we're going to talk about the Elijah Muhammad and how that let me get this right. Okay. Now this is where things get a little complicated, get confusion. Now I don't know if anybody might want to hear this. I'm gonna play this. I know this might sound a little low, but we're gonna get into the confession of Elijah Muhammad. Okay. So now we know that NOI was founded by a white man. Okay, so we got that out. Now we're gonna fast forward. Now Elijah Muhammad was taught by Brab Muhammad. So now when things get a little, we talk about the situation between Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm. That's when things get a little crazy. Okay, so I make sure I got everything in order. Now, I don't know if y'all can, it's going to sound a little low, but I hope y'all can hear the confession. Now, this is based in the movie or the autobiography of Malcolm X. And this is where Elijah Muhammad confesses to Malcolm X that he slept with or took advantage of young girls that were supposed to be his secretaries or teenagers. And I'm saying they wasn't probably like 15, 16. They were probably 18, 19, early 20s maybe. But they were young. So this is in the movie. I'm going to play it right now. Let me see this. Let's see if I can play this movie. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Oh, that's not it. Hold on. Let me go back. Sorry about that. What's going on here? Oh, here we go. Now, there you go. Now he confessed that it was his duty.
I wanted to say this real quick to play that video, because if you heard him say He's trying to, because you heard Bozo Muhammad said, "Oh, we don't worship Prophet Muhammad. We don't worship Prophet Muhammad." But Elijah Muhammad said that he's fulfilling this prophet. He's fulfilling the prophet. He's trying to be like Prophet Muhammad. He's trying to turn into Prophet Muhammad. Remember, Prophet Muhammad had multiple young girls between 8 and 9 years old. And that's what he's saying. He's saying, I'm trying to fulfill this prophecy. And he was trying to turn into Prophet Muhammad. And this is the reason why he slept with girls between 16 and 19 years old in the nation. That's the reason why I wish I didn't. I know the volume was low, but that's what if you go to that scene, you will hear him say that was the prophecy. And even Malcolm even said, if he had went to those Arab countries and he's talking about he's the Prophet Muhammad, they said they would cut out his tongue. They will cut out his tongue. Because how dare you going to, as a black man, you're going to walk around and say that you're a Prophet Muhammad. And that's what that scene was. But he turns around and said, well, we don't worship him. But your pedophile leader, your errand boy, Mr. The messenger, that's what he was trying to claim. He was trying to fulfill being this Prophet Muhammad. And he missed the whole point of what I was saying. That's why I played this video.
According to some prophecy, right? Again, this is religion, right? This is religion. Now, when Malcolm in the movie and even in the book, he said about betrayal. Malcolm felt betrayal of what his teacher said to him. Now I'm going to read you what Malcolm said. Just give me 1 second. And he said this in the movie as well. Now Malcolm said, to me, and I quote, this is from Malcolm X, this is right after his teacher confessed to him, to me, the thing that is worse than death is betrayal. Now everybody know that betrayal is no joke. And I can understand that. And I felt that when I saw the movie. He said, you see, I could conceive death, but I could not conceive betrayal. You know? And I just don't understand why people, I always thought leadership was you have to show, you're supposed to lead by example. You just can't make laws, and if you're a leader, you can't just make laws, and then now I don't have to follow my own laws, but everybody else got to. Now it becomes a dictatorship, right? So according to now Farrakhan, he even admitted that it was true that Elijah Muhammad impregnated young girls. Now, remind you, I don't see the difference between, because my brother Maurice says, well, we're in a new NOI. This is the new Islam. We're not following the old Islam, but according to what I'm hearing, he is following the old way. Okay? And this is what Farrakhan has said. This is a small clip.
To the Honorable Elijah Muhammad prior to his announcing that he would leave, and he questioned Elijah Muhammad about whether this was true about these children. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't deny it, he said yes. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told him that, brother, I am fulfilling what is written of me in the scriptures. Malcolm knew the scriptures. He knew that Elijah Muhammad believed he is the messenger.
Now you see how Farrakhan, you see the nonsense. Now he putting all this on Malcolm X. Oh, Malcolm knew all this. He knew all this already. He knew about the scriptures. But one of their laws is what? One of the laws that you don't do is what? Fornication. Fornication is one of the laws that you don't do. And once Elijah Muhammad cheated on Clara Muhammad and got other young girls pregnant, they should have forced him to step down. He wasn't fit to become leader. Even Malcolm said this man became senile. Old age was getting to him. And now you make excuses for people like that. You make excuses for people fornicating, eating bacon, homosexuality that went on in the nation as well. Women sleeping around. Those women could have said no. Those women knew about fornication and having sex out of wedlock. Those women knew. But I guess they wanted to be closer to God. This is Arab stuff. Arab culture. Fornication, homosexuality. This is Arab stuff. Don't be fooled because you see women saying that they're Muslim, they're not hoeing around. Those are the biggest hoes.
So I have to stop you right there. I'm not for that. So now becomes now you're looking at a cult. It's a cult. You can't deny the fact that the Quran that was made 60 years after Prophet Muhammad passed away. Now my question is, where did they get the reference from? Who did they talk to? Where did they get this information? If Prophet Muhammad passed away 60 years, then all of a sudden, boom, this Quran comes up. It becomes a cult. Not feeling that at all. Now, let me see something. We're going to see something. I just want to just get my, okay, let me, okay. Now, Malcolm said that the Nation of Islam is known of harming their own. If what my brother said was true, is the white man was the devil and he's the enemy, then how come there was no retaliation of the bombings of these beautiful young girls? Where was the comeback? How come the Nation of Islam did not go and start bombing some white churches and killing some white families? No retaliation, not one bit. When you hear about, we go backward, let me forward this. When Malcolm had spoke against the president, Kennedy, who was a white man, they silenced him for 90 days. Why? He's the white man. So what? It's not like he attacked his own brother or his own sister. He's a white man. Malcolm also said that it was a plane crash full of white people. And he said, well, that was Allah. Thank God. Good. That's a good thing. What did Elijah Muhammad do? He disciplined Malcolm for that. Doesn't make any damn sense. Doesn't make any sense. Okay? Okay, now I'm going to tell you what Malcolm said, which is going to shock you. Now, everybody's watching this?
Yes, sir. I can.
You can see it, right?
I can.
Okay, here we go.
We do nothing to others that we would not have done unto us. The two brothers were sent after me with revolvers by Joseph, the captain of the fruit in New York. They were armed. When a Muslim is attacked, and you'll find this to be the pattern, when the Muslims were attacked in Monroe, Louisiana, Elijah Muhammad gave no signal to anybody across the nation to come to the defense of their brothers. When our brothers were attacked in Los Angeles, again, Elijah Muhammad gave no signal to anybody to come to the defense of those brothers. Never have the Muslims anywhere in the country gotten any kind of instruction from the national office or headquarters on how to defend themselves when they are attacked by outsiders. The only times the Muslims have ever been given any instructions to commit violence is when that violence is directed against the fellow Muslim.
There you go. He even said, again, they're protecting the white man. You know, but the white man's the devil. They have done way more crimes and no retaliation. Malcolm was ready to silence this man, and when it comes down to arms, oh, no, chill. And then they're trying to protect Malcolm. Why would you protect Malcolm from the white man? You should be ready for war. But when it comes down to each other, oh, no. But this is get crazy. Now I'm going to do another clip.
Whom they beat unmercifully in Boston. And the court freed, brother, this is Leon Almir, who was Cassius Clay's secretary, whom they beat unmercifully up in Boston. And the court freed the men who beat him. They fined him $100, was it? Fined him $100. And he was on the inside of the Black Muslim specialty squad. And I know it. And it was he who heard Elijah Muhammad Jr. come to New York when Elijah Muhammad was at the Armory in June of last year. Jr. stood up and told the fruit, many of whom are here now also, that I should have been killed, that my tongue should have been put in an envelope and sent back to Chicago by now. And because Fat Joseph had not done it, they demoted him. He remained captain, but Clarence up in Boston was put over Joseph.
This is crazy. This is crazy. And these are black people doing this to each other. What did Malcolm do that was so wrong when you had the KKK that bombed for our babies? This is where I get upset about this. This is when it comes. This is religion. The fear of the white man. But they're supposed to be powerful. You know, they're supposed to say the white man's the devil. Okay? Now, my brother Maurice said he also
Now I want to say this. This is his video when he condoned the death of Brother Malcolm, saying that it was okay. He said people would, and then he says, well, you could get beat up, because he's quoting from somebody else saying that you could get beat up just by smoking. If you're supposed to be a Muslim from the Nation of Islam, and if you get caught smoking a cigarette, you get beat up. And you could literally hear him condoning the death of Brother Malcolm. Want to give a shout out to Brother Bakari. Shout out to Brother Bakari. Hotep. So yeah, and Hotep to everybody in the chat for coming through. Hit that like button, man. Share this video. But this is where you got to be careful of these pro-black Negroes. These super pro-black. Me and Brother Bakari, we was chopping it up about these super pro-black Negroes and how they will criticize other black people for, celebrating Thanksgiving and Christmas. But these super pro-black Negroes don't have nothing to replace it. Don't have nothing to replace it tangibly. They have nothing to play. They will criticize black people of going to an HSBCU because they want to play football, but they don't have nothing tangible. If a kid want to play sports, let the kids play sports. Because everybody know America is run, the biggest contributor to America is music and sports. Music and sports. Unfortunately, we're behind as far as education. Because if you look at the numbers, most countries, their education is either higher. We at the bottom as far as education-wise. But our biggest tribute is sports and music. So if a kid wants to play sports, let him play sports, unless they got something to replace it. But here's a so-called black man, and you going to praise another death of another brother who hasn't done nothing wrong. But you're going to come to my house and act like you're a brother. And he betrayed me not only once. This piece of shit, this garbage, not only betrayed me once, but he betrayed me twice. And that's it. And it got to the point. I saw this punk ass in person. It was no smoke. There was no smoke. But you want to get back on YouTube and side with people that you know that not only disrespect me, that disrespect him, but he wants to side with the same assholes, the same turd-faced Uncle Ruckus piece of garbage, because he thought he was going to get fame and fortune. Fame and fortune. And now they no longer friends. Him and Uncle Ruckus, they no longer friends. They no longer friends. But how can you be friends with somebody who has a hateful heart, who don't like a great leader like Malcolm X? These Muslims, these black Muslims are very hateful. None of them get along, but they have no problem siding with wrong. No problem siding with wrong. This man is a huge contradictory. And I even got him on tape. I'm showing the people how stupid he sounds and how he condoned the death of Malcolm. He condoned the death of Malcolm.
Said something against our brother Malcolm that it sounded like was to me. I took it that he felt that Malcolm deserved death. Let's play what he said. Just a small clip.
That if you smoked in the mosque, you would get beat up.
You get beat up. Instead of just saying, no, man, stop smoking, it's wrong. Instead of just talking to him, oh no, you get your ass beat. That's wow. You know, how's that brotherly?
So if you would get beat up for barely smoking in the mosque, what do you think that would happen to you for you to go out and lie and destroy faith in the messenger of God? You should be killed.
Wow. Wow. And this is what happened. Of course, you have images how, let me see if I can pull this up. Sorry about that. Come on, let's see. Give me 1 second. What's that picture? Give me one. Oh, here we go. Now, as you can see, they made pictures like this of Malcolm's head falling off, right? When he, after he left. Now, I don't blame him leaving the Nation of Islam. I don't blame him. You know, he should. There's too much violence, too much hypocrisy. Well, let's see what was the rules first. Let's see if let's look at this clip.
Muslim. Example, Nation of Islam members don't eat pork, don't smoke, don't drink alcohol, and do not have sex outside marriage.
Now that was the rules. Don't have sex out the marriage. That was the rules. But Elijah Muhammad didn't follow his rules. Now you want to see, now you want to know why Malcolm left the nation? You don't think that's hypocrisy? I think anybody would have done that. Come on, man.
It is worthy, if you will, of expulsion. That is correct. Adultery. That is correct. Fornication was worthy of expulsion.
But in 1963, Malcolm X learned that Elijah Muhammad himself had repeatedly committed adultery with some of his teenage secretaries.
They said teenage secretaries. Don't that sound familiar? They're not women. They're teenagers.
So there you have it. There were teenage girls. There were teenage girls. Probably between, I think they were probably between 14 and up. Teenage girls. Not adult women. It was teenage girls. So we stood correctly. It was teenage girls that Elijah Muhammad impregnated. I think and I believe he impregnated 9 or 10 women, 10 young teenagers. Where was the protection of the black woman? Where was the protection of the black woman?
Had children with him. Malcolm agonized over his discovery, and in June of 1964, he told me about it.
And he called some of these women who were living in Los Angeles at the time and let me listen to the conversation. And it became apparent that he was telling the truth. He told you about that, yes? Mm-hmm.
Now I'm going to fast forward this because this is when he started to, Farrakhan started to saying that he was worthy of death. Let me see if I can find it.
Those editorials, Malcolm and his family received numerous death threats from whom no one knows for sure.
Are you not perhaps afraid of what might happen to you as a result of making these revelations?
Oh, yes. I probably am a dead man already.
And how did Louis Farrakhan react? He began writing incendiary editorials in the Nation of Islam's newspaper.
Let me read you what you wrote in December of 1964. The die is set, and Malcolm shall not escape, especially after such evil, foolish talk about his benefactor, Elijah Muhammad.
in trying to rob him of the divine glory which Allah has bestowed upon him. Such a man as Malcolm is worthy of death. This was only 2 months before he was shot down.
Now, my question is this: how come he of silence? How come discipline when he said that? That's that I don't understand it. But when Malcolm says something about the white man, he gets silence. I'm very confused with that. So, of course, we're gonna show. As you can see here, Malcolm gets killed. Malcolm gets killed. You see the bullet holes right here. A black man's dead, but the white man's still alive, and no one gives a shit. All because he spoke out against the madness of the Nation of Islam. Okay. But we're going to see, because they keep saying that Malcolm was a traitor, but we're going to see if Farrakhan is a traitor. Well, let's see if Farrakhan is a traitor. Okay? We're gonna see Farrakhan is a traitor. Okay. What do you see here? He said, this is what Farrakhan, quote of Farrakhan, white people are potential humans. They haven't evolved yet. And you can see the picture of his son, his interracial relationships. But Elijah Muhammad said the Negro wants to be everything but himself. He wants to integrate with the white man, but he cannot integrate with himself or with his own kind. The Negro wants to lose his identity because he does not know his own identity. Here we go. What do we see here? We see we see Minister Farrakhan with a white boy named Marshall Madness or whatever, the Marshall Eminem. And he said, I was honored to receive my brother, Marshall, aka Eminem, for dinner. He said he was honored, and he called Eminem his brother. Okay? Well, and just let you know, this is the same white boy that disrespect our women. Okay? During the whole beef between, and Benzino got fired because he exposed, and as you can see, he said that he was a rap god, but he's typically a rap devil. As you can see, he does the devil horns. And this is one of the lyrics he said, but the black girls only want your money because they're dumb chicks. So I'm gonna say like this, don't date a black girl. Take it as a diss. Now he's saying this is one of the lyrics, and he gets worse. He called black women bitches, hoes, and everything else. But this is but according to Farrakhan,
now you see how Farrakhan is cheesing, like he's happy. He's next to a white rapper. Eminem is not even smiling. If anything, he looks kind of a little uncomfortable. Or maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I'm surprised even Eminem even want to stand there, a guy who claimed that white men are the devil. But my question is, why would you want to take pictures and smile next to a devil? I don't think Eminem really don't care, but Eminem is not the one smiling. It's Farrakhan's the one cheesing. He's happy because deep down, this is what they really want. This is what they really want. This is what they're into. But again, the question is, remember, they're on trial. They're on trial. The nation had betrayed us. They betrayed the African man and woman in this country. This is a sign of betrayal. Because you're supposed to be a man of your word. You can't tell us that the white man is the devil, but then you sitting there and you cheesing with the devil. I'm just confused.
That's his brother. Now, I'm going to read you something that what Elijah Muhammad said. He said that you are under a people that by nature, they cannot do good by you. It is not in their blood. It's impossible. Whites were put on the planet Earth to rule our people under evil and justice and to destroy them. They are born murderers. Okay? Another quote that Elijah Muhammad said, all black people are the brothers of each other. You have been told that all people are brothers. In the way of being people, we are brothers. But we are not all brothers by race and nature. We have stranger in our midst, and that is the white man. We are not brothers with the white man. This is the Elijah man. This is his teacher saying this. So is Farrakhan a traitor? Or was it Malcolm really the traitor? Which one is it? Let's move forward. Again, look at this. Farrakhan is my brother. This is a white man. The devil, aka devil, enemy, right? Look at this. Happy, smiling. Look at this. Mother-in-law, daughter, look at this. Mother-in-law, daughter, look at this. Look at this. How come his son wasn't disciplined? My time is up.
Okay, yes, indeed. Now, at this point, how do you brothers want to do it? Because if you were to get an extra 2 minutes, then Brother Maurice would have to also get an extra.
Well, let me get the extra 2 minutes, and I'll let the brother, because I want to let him get it. I just want to get this few things in real quick. Let me get the extra 2 minutes.
Okay, yes, sir.
Can you tell me?
Yeah, just a second. All right. Yes, indeed. I'm doing it right now. Go ahead.
Okay. How come his son wasn't disciplined? If I was me, I would have been so disgusted. You know what I'm saying? Hey, wait a minute, this is wrong. I would have been so furious. So it makes you wonder who's the traitor. Look at this. Now we're going to talk about the Nation of Islam. Now Farrakhan went further of integrating the Nation of Islam. As you can see, you have a white man, the so-called devil, as part of the nation. Right? Now he's allowing Latinos in the nation. Latinos. So it makes you wonder who's the traitor. Look at this.
Yeah, I had to pause that. I want to pause that real quick because Tu said he never seen white people in the nation. Now we already know that people in the Nation of Islam wear red bow ties. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of the dress codes is the suit and the red bow tie. Now, this white boy is part of the Nation of Islam. So, and you hear Farrakhan, and like I said, there's videos of Farrakhan saying he allowed whites in the nation. Now, I don't think Bozo Muhammad knew that. I don't think because he got so stuck on thinking that white people are not in it. It's a lot of things you could tell I don't think he knew about. But there's a lot of integration going on in the Nation of Islam. So the thing is, the Bozo Muhammad did not understand that. He didn't know. He's still trying to keep this 60s movement going, and it don't work. Farrakhan had changed the game, and we already know that this clown Bozo was so he was in disbelief. He was in denial. He was in denial. So you're going to hear him saying, well, you know, we was taught that the white people can't join the nation, but Farrakhan already changed the game already. And I'm showing evidence. I'm showing proof, and I'm showing evidence.
Now we're going to talk about the Nation of Islam. Now Farrakhan went further of integrating the Nation of Islam. As you can see, you have a white man, the so-called devil, as part of the nation. Right? Now he's allowing Latinos in the nation. Members of the Nation of Islam. Right? And if you don't believe me, this is the final call when he's a brief history of Latinos in the Nation of Islam. They're not black people. It's supposed to be a black organization for us and by us. But why is Farrakhan not be called a traitor? I'm confused. Okay, let me see if I'm missing something here. Oh, we're going to talk about Barack Obama. Let's talk about Barack Obama. Where's the picture of him, Barack Obama? Look at it. Look at this. Holding hands with a she-devil. Look at this. That's not good. But let me see the picture with Barack Obama. Let me get that picture with Barack Obama. Where he at? Where Barack Obama? There you go. There you go. Now, Barack Obama is a mulatto. He's not a black man. He's a mulatto. But let's see what Barack Obama says about reparation for black people.
Almost 50% of South Carolina's Democrats are African Americans. It's among the highest percentage of the nation. So we're getting a lot of questions from YouTube viewers on race tonight. This first one is for Senator Edwards. Let's listen.
Hello, America. Hello, presidential candidates. This is Will from Boston, Massachusetts. And I hope, they put this question.
Huh?
Should African Americans get reparations? Not for reparations.
What happened?
The time.
Ah.
Yeah. If you want, you got a round 3 where you'll be able to engage.
Okay.
To bring it round 3.
All right, cool. I'll squeeze this in round 3, then that's it. All right.
Okay. Yes, indeed. Okay. Now, let's move on. Let's go to my good brother Maurice Muhammad. Since Brother Guy took a 2-minute, extended his time by 2 minutes, you will get 22 minutes, my good brother. So let me set this timer up first before you begin. Good brother. So I'll let you know as soon as I have this set up. Okay, so whenever you are ready, just let me know, and then I'll press this button. You have 22 minutes.
I'm ready.
32 minutes. I am so sorry. 32.
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Okay, hold up a second. I got to readjust it. I'm thinking, okay, 32 actually. Okay, set. And we will be going right now. On time.
Okay. I want to ask our dear brother a few questions real quick, and they're very simple questions. I told you while I spoke on the last round, and I explained the difference of Islam and the Nation of Islam. So my question is, did you understand the difference?
I really didn't see no difference.
Okay. I gave you the example that we believe and we teach that the black man and woman is God. They don't teach that.
I understand that.
We believe and we teach that the white man is the devil. They don't believe and they don't teach that. Okay. But we do. So my question to you again is,
here is the thing. He keeps saying the word belief. It's not about belief. It's about proving. It's about showing. It's about knowing. He keeps saying believe. Well, we believe the black man is God. We believe the black man, black woman is this. but your actions don't show it. That's the whole purpose. That's why I say I don't see no difference. You saying it, that's a belief, but you're not showing it. You condone of killing another black man. So you saying a black man is this and that. You hold us on a higher standard, but then you mistreat your own people. You kill your own people. But then you turn around and say the black man is God, but you're doing the work like an Arab. You're doing the work like your slave owner, the Arabs. That's feel-good talk. It's a belief. It's not actual, it's not, you see, he's still working on his belief. It's spookism. Spookism. He don't believe, he really don't believe that.
Do you see that evidence I'm giving you? Acknowledge that the Nation of Islam teaches the white man is the devil.
Yes.
Okay. He's asking me 3 different questions. He said, do you believe? I'm saying I don't. He said, do you see the difference? I said, no, I don't see the difference. According to what I presented, I don't see the difference. Even although you teach it, well, I don't want to say the word teach it, although they preach that they say the white man is the devil, but they don't show it. There's no way of them backing that up. Because I show the evidence. Because if someone is the devil, someone is the enemy, you're not going to be sitting there and smiling and cheesing and holding hands with them. This is fake. So yeah, y'all teach it. You on a podium and you preach about that crap, but your actions don't show it. You're supposed to show, then tell. Anybody can say, well, the white man is the devil, but you sitting there and you still going to his restaurants. You still chopping it up with him. Instead of going to war with them, you want to sit down and have good debates, but let's have a conversation. There was no conversation with Malcolm. You took a man from his house that he earned, put his babies on the street. I can't rock with that.
Yes, that's true.
Do you acknowledge man and woman is
yes?
Now, do you that the Islam West on the East do not believe thing that the Nation of Islam believe? Do you acknowledge that?
I do acknowledge that. Yes.
Okay. So therefore, you acknowledge that they're 2 separate things based on the way you just answered those set of questions that I gave. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because the thing that we have to go where the information, the real truthful knowledge goes. Okay. You said that, okay, well, let me ask you this. Do you bear witness that the first people on this planet was black people?
Well, the number one thing you don't do is ask the prosecutor questions. You're supposed to present evidence to the audience. You're talking to the jury. I'm not the one on trial. I'm not the one on trial. The reason why he's asking me these questions, because he looked real stupid when I was showing all that information. So he's going to say, well, do you believe, can you admit that we teach us that the white man's the devil? Yes, you do say that. You do say that, yes. There is a somewhat difference as far as the clothing and the style that y'all do. Y'all still there's a slightly difference. but there's no difference as far as the mistreatment of black people. And that's what my thing was about. There's a contradictory into that religion.
People, do you bear witness to that?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Do you bear witness that if black people are the first people on the planet, then that means we have to be the originators of language? Do you bear witness of that?
Yes, according to the walls of ancient Kemet, yes, we was the first.
Okay, so the first Arab was what?
I never seen as far as Arabs that I've seen. I don't as far as I know he wasn't. He's black. The Arabs that's today are Caucasians.
Well, let me jump in. The next round is going to be where you two will engage.
Yeah, we should do it that way. I just want him to rebuttal of everything that was presented to me.
And this is my time, so
okay.
I'm going about it this way for a particular reason. Okay, so because we got to stand on truth. We got to stand on truth. So we've established that you agree that there is a difference between the Nation of Islam and Islam in the East. We've done bear witness to that. You've agreed that.
Yes.
We also agreed that the first people on the planet were black people, right? We've agreed that. And we also agreed that if black people had to be the first people, then that means that every other person came from a black person. So your first Asian was a black Asian. Your first Arab was a black person. Your first anything was black.
Okay.
So therefore, language, you said that Arabic was not an original language. And my whole point on asking you these things is because since black people were first, and if you go and check language, Arabic is the Semitic language. We are Semitic people. We were the first people to speak Arabic. Okay, we were the first people to speak, period. If you go and check and do your research, you will see that whether it comes to spoken or written, black people were the first people. So we are the mother and father when it comes to language. You also said that the NAACP was created by white people, and the Nation of Islam is created by white people, by a white person. Now, Master Brab Muhammad, who's the picture that you showed, his father was black and his mother was white. Master Brab Muhammad did not teach integration. What is the position of the Nation of Islam when it comes to integration, Brother Guy? Do you know what our position is?
When it comes down to integration?
Yes, sir.
No, I don't.
Okay. Our position is separation. The Nation of Islam has always preached separation. If you go to the back page of our paper, it talks about what the Muslims want and what the Muslims believe. And it says separation. Do you bear witness that the Nation of Islam has taught separation?
Yes. Well, through Malcolm X, yes.
No. Well, who taught Malcolm X? Malcolm X wasn't no self-teacher.
But through Elijah Muhammad.
And who taught Elijah Muhammad? He wasn't self-taught.
I guess Brab Muhammad.
Brab Muhammad, exactly.
But here's the thing.
Oh,
sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so Master Brab Muhammad, father is black, mother is white. He was given that complexion or to come to that way so he can come in amongst the enemy and not be seen. That was the purpose of that. But let's look at the knowledge that Master Brab Muhammad gave us. Okay? Your leaders, Malcolm X. Let's just deal with Malcolm. Okay, and let's deal with Brother Khalid, because you're a fan of Dr. Khalid, right?
Yes.
Love Dr. Khalid as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Did you hear Dr. Khalid reject what he was taught from Master Brab Muhammad? Did he teach opposite of that?
I'm not sure.
But he didn't. His last speech before he died, he said, I am a Muslim. I am a Muslim. Malcolm X, before he died, he said, I am a Muslim. Are you familiar with a tape recording, Elijah, that
this is what you call moving the goalposts, called filibustering. This is what you call flip-flopping. He's jumping from, he's answering me all these dumbass questions. Has nothing to do with what I presented. Has nothing to do with what I presented. You asking me questions, I couldn't even get a chance to respond because he said, well, this is my time. He did not present no evidence of what he was saying. And he knew he was losing because now he's going in circles. He's asking me all these stupid ass questions. I was just saying yes, just to be saying it. And one of them, I was just saying yes, yes, yes. Like, just, okay, go on what you were saying. And he was trying to find a way to justify the wrongs that was going on in the nation. He was trying to justify why they didn't do nothing to the enemy. And you're going to hear him, as long as he's going to keep talking, you're going to hear him say, well, reason why we didn't do anything after those young girls got killed by the KKK is because, the government would have came at us and it wouldn't be no Nation of Islam. It wouldn't be no Elijah Muhammad. Coward talk. I just heard a compromiser. I heard a cowardly dude on this panel. That's what I heard.
Malcolm X made before he died to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now let's get to motive. Let's get to motive, because you said you are familiar. So because you're familiar with it, does that mean that you've heard it?
I've heard it, yes.
Perfect. And since you've heard it, was that Malcolm X's voice on the tape?
Yes.
And you love Malcolm X?
Yes, I do.
And do you believe that Malcolm X was a truthful man?
Yes, I believe it 100%.
Okay. Did Malcolm X apologize to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad?
Of course.
And why? And did he not say that he lied in that tape to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad?
I don't recall that. You're gonna have to show me. You're gonna have to show me proof of that.
First of all, for one thing, the recordings that he's talking about is the recordings that Malcolm, after the 90, that was during the 90-day suspension. After he said what he said about the JFK assassination. He's not talking about nothing else. Yeah, I believe he did apologize, but even Malcolm even said, he said, well, there's whatever I said, it was nothing new. I've been saying that if you do wrong, wrong is going to come back to you. That's what he meant by chicken come to roost. And now you hear Elijah Muhammad portray Malcolm by saying, oh, we love our president. 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 We love That was a dirty thing that Malcolm said. Put that brother under the bus.
Okay, let's pull it up. Let's pull it up, because that tape, Malcolm X was apologizing. Am I correct?
Okay, apologizing for what?
I'm asking you, was he apologizing?
I don't know. I don't know if he apologized. I don't recall him apologizing.
But you said you heard the tape.
I heard that was a while back. I remember he did make a tape, but it never got to. But first of all, the tape never got to Elijah Muhammad.
Can you pull it up on yours, or do I need to pull it up on mine so we can screen share?
You have to put that information.
I can pause.
Now this moron, this B-Rap moron, act like he didn't know about computers. He act like he didn't know how to screen share. He's asking me to pull out information that he's saying about it. I'm not the one on trial. I don't remember him apologizing. I'm just being truthful. I don't remember. It's just been a while since I saw that footage. And then you're going to know, what is he apologizing for? So you putting up this information, and you're not even being clear of what you're saying. So he was like, "Oh, do I put also you don't know how to screen share? You've been screen sharing all before. All of a sudden, he didn't know how to screen share. He's playing stupid. And this is the reason why he's wasting so much time, because he's putting out information that has nothing to do with anything. Has nothing to do with anything.
Possibly pull it up for you if need be.
Yes, can you do that? Because I don't know how to get that, and that's going to be crucial to my presentation.
What is it that you're looking for?
It's Malcolm X apology. Malcolm X apologizes to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
And is this a video, or is this like
It's a video. It's a video. It's a tape being played of Malcolm X apologizing to, because he was trying to go back into the Nation of Islam. But the government killed him before he was able to make it back home.
Okay, just a second. I have. Okay, let me screen share this real quick.
Okay.
And would you like me to play the video in its entirety?
Yes. It's only like a 2-minute video, I believe.
Let me know if you can hear it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is. Okay, here we go.
Holy Apostle.
Okay, can you hear that? I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, you can. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, to whom all praise is due, whom we forever thank for giving us the most honorable and humble Elijah Muhammad, your teacher and guide. I want to put what I'm going to say to you on this tape for two purposes. Number one, I want to really apologize to you for having let you down, for the mistakes that I've made, especially during the past year. I want to confess my fault, confess my wrong. I want to confess my weaknesses. I want you to know that thanks to Allah and you, I'm able to see myself better now. I'm able to see my weaknesses better now and my shortcomings better now. I do believe that in seeing them better, it may be possible for me to overcome them and become a better person. At least I'm praying to Allah that this is the case. And above all else, I'm praying to Allah, put mercy and forgiveness in your heart. And if you weren't merciful nor forgiving toward me, I could well understand it. I've always known that Master W.D. Farad is Allah. I believe that Master W.D. Farad is Allah, and I believe that you are his messenger. I believe that your program is right, and I believe that
Come on, teach, Malcolm.
it was my belief in this that made me as successful as.
Now you heard Malcolm said he got into the brainwashing. He said Master Farad Muhammad is Allah. He said Master Farad Muhammad is Allah. This is something that he got from the errand boy. Allah is Master Farad Muhammad. Allah is Master Farad Muhammad. Don't get nothing twisted. Malcolm, our brother Malcolm got caught up into that foolishness. Now, I didn't see what he was apologizing for. I didn't understand why he pulled up this footage. It has nothing to do what I brought up has nothing to do with what I brought up. I quoted Dr. Ben. He's missing the whole point of the Arabic. You're not Bozo Muhammad is not Arab. He's a wannabe. He don't even speak Arab. You talking about some first language and all this other stuff. It has nothing to do with what I was saying. He's bringing up Malcolm apologizing because Malcolm want to get back into the nation because he got suspended for 90 days. That's what he was apologizing for. Because he felt that he made a mistake. But even Malcolm was confused. So Malcolm was saying anything to get back into the nation. That's what Malcolm was doing. He was just saying anything. Look, I believe Farad Muhammad is Allah. You know, I apologize. He was saying anything. Because once they knew, because the nation was taking care of Malcolm. Malcolm didn't have nothing to worry about. The nation was taking care of him. And when I was watching what they called Forrest Whitaker, so he was playing was it Bobby Johnson or whatever his name was? And you hear they showed a person who played Elijah, and he was telling Malcolm, look, when I die, I want you to run the nation. But you're the Nation of Islam, but I don't want you to run it politically. I want you to run it religiously. He told Malcolm, I want you to stay away from politics. They put that in the show. There's a reason why Elijah Muhammad wasn't trying to get political. Malcolm was the one who was trying to get political. Elijah Muhammad wanted to keep it religion. And that's what was the problem. Religion is killing us. This Nation of Islam is not helping us. It was never helping us. So I didn't understand why Bozo Muhammad's like, well, go ahead, Malcolm. I didn't understand that. What was that all about? And by the way, he don't even have that. He don't even live in that house no more because we already know this is the same man that is voiding paying child support. The nerve of this bastard. I'm thinking Bozo Muhammad was a righteous man. But this man is running from child support, not paying child support. Unbelievable.
As I was Especially, it was my firm belief in this that enabled me to stand up in the face of all opposition on television, on radio, before colleges, and before people out in the street at mass rallies, and support your program and present your program and represent your program. It was my faith in it that enabled me to represent it.
Stop the tape. Stop the tape. Hold on. Okay. See, this is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us, or taught us, and Minister Farrakhan has as well, that we should honor Marcus Mosiah Garvey, that we should love Marcus Mosiah Garvey because he was a forerunner for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Marcus Garvey said, somebody's coming behind me to give you religion. That's what Marcus Garvey said. When we look at our people,
Marcus Garvey did not say that. Marcus Garvey did not say that. He did not show any evidence or any proof. At least when I quoted, I actually quoted from sources. I even told you the date, the times. Only my mistake, I should have brought the information on here, on the screen. But at least I literally quoted, and you can type in that quote and it will come up. That was false information there, and he definitely lied on the great Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey did not say that. So I don't know where he got that from.
Who suffered. And we become little images of white people because we don't have character. We take after white people because we don't be truthful. Malcolm X was a good brother, and he made some mistakes, and he made some errors. Malcolm X taught us, and I'm saying us, I wasn't live, but us, meaning the believers, that if somebody says something negative against the messenger, you whoop their ass because they're not allowed or permitted to disrespect the messenger of God. Before Malcolm came to the Nation of Islam, the believers were calling the messenger Mr. Muhammad. Malcolm came and taught us, call him the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm X is the one that gave the pipe squad in New York City. That wasn't Honorable Elijah Muhammad. It was Malcolm X on tape, on video, who said, oh yeah, I know they will kill me because if I heard you say what I'm saying, that's Malcolm X saying, I would try to kill you for what you're saying if you're saying the same thing that he was saying. What is Malcolm teaching? He's teaching you that some things is worthy of death. When you're coming against the messenger of God that will save a people, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, leave him alone. The messenger said, leave him alone.
Again, that's another lie, because it was on record, and Elijah Muhammad, out of his quotes, the FBI records, that literally said that you showed him, and I showed it when I did the Revenge of Malcolm X. You actually show the records. And when they say, and even in the documentary, Who Killed Malcolm X, you see Elijah Muhammad saying that Malcolm X need to be murdered. His head need to be cut off. Okay? So you heard him say that. I mean, you read that, not heard him, but you read that in the transcripts. So I disagree. That's false, and he should have showed proof of that. He gets agitated, and he tried to make it seem that I'm lying. This man been lying throughout the debate. You showed a footage of Malcolm X apologizing. Didn't even say why he was apologizing. I already knew why. But that situation didn't have nothing to do of why this man got murdered. You persecute a man because he said the white man deserved the death. You persecute him. And he did not answer that. You persecute a man that claimed that the devil deserved death. You would suspend him. Then you put lies behind this man. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And you hear this bastard defending wrong.
God. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad instructions was to leave him alone. Now, it seems to me that we can, before I get to that, can you put up that video of mine that you showed? Because again, we gotta be honest. Can that video, can you tell Craig the name of it so he can pull it up? So, because we need to screen share that. Because we need to go over that. See, brothers and sisters, what I'm not going to be, I'm not going to be like the white man.
See, I got him. See, you got to understand, I hit a nerve there. Because he didn't know I was going to put that video up when he said that. Now he's going to have to backtrack what he said. That's what he said. I'm not going to be like the white man. I got you there, buddy. You thought I was going to pull your video up saying condoning Malcolm's death. You B-Rab piece of garbage. And now you want to backtrack. He wants to backtrack.
I hate the white man. I hate him. I hate him so much that I'm not going to be like him. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to tell the truth regardless to whom or what, because my character matters. Because you got to be able to trust your brother. And I'm not going to sell you a lie to win points. So can we pull that video up? Because it's very important.
Would you like me to do it or Brother Guy?
Either I don't know how to do it. So if you can do it or Brother Guy, that doesn't matter. I just need it pulled up.
Parts. So what part would you like? It's a 2-part on video that you did.
Whichever part that he showed that I said smoking in the mosque, okay. I need that.
Well, Brother Guy, which video did that come off of? Because I'm not sure. It's a
that was, I'll tell you right now.
Piece. I'm not sure exactly where that would be.
That was my thinking of Malcolm X Part 1.
Okay, do you have any idea like of around the time period in the video that was? So we don't have to play the whole 10-minute video in its entirety to get
that
to.
That was like around 9:44, I think it was.
Okay, somewhere. Okay, we can just, here we go. Let me screen share.
Okay, but I need you to go, if that was 9:44, let's go to 9:30.
Okay,
we need to know what I actually was saying, because that just got me kind of crazy.
Let's see real quick.
Okay.
Can you hear?
is not in the messenger to say, I'm gonna go out and have him killed. Now that may be our sentiment because we love the messenger. And when you go out and you say those things to the man that gave you life, you trading. You're even America punishes her traitors with death. Every country punishes their traitors.
Now, see, he just incriminated himself. He just incriminated himself. Because now he's saying that, hey, you talk against the messenger, even America punish their traitors. He's repeating what Farrakhan's saying. So that's basically incriminating himself. So I don't even know why he played this video again. I already explained that. So I don't get it. I didn't get it.
Traitors with death. But the messenger said, no, leave them alone. But within the nation, you have people that are called zealots that will rise up and kill you for what you've said. But that did not happen here. You have people in the nation that spoke out against you for what you said. You have people in the nation that believe, and you yourself, if people go back and watch the clips, Malcolm said, I know what's going to happen for me saying this because I taught them to go out and kill. Brother Khalid Islam said that if you smoked in the mosque, you would get beat up. So if you would get beat up for barely smoking in the mosque, what do you think that would happen to you for you to go out and lie and destroy faith in the messenger of God? You should be killed. And that's just straight up. Okay, thank you. Now, in that clip, you played that little part, but I'm glad we got to listen to the whole thing because I was quoting Khalid Islam, whoever the hell that is. But I was quoting him about somebody smoking in the mosque or whatever. So, we can't be corrupt and give little sound bites to think that it's okay because we can't be like that. Now, Malcolm said betrayal. Betrayal is a bad thing, and it is. It's a hurting thing. And Malcolm, you heard him apologize for his betrayal. But let's look at it. Now, Malcolm, well, even before I get to that point, I want to deal with it because you deal with a lot of propaganda. You've presented us on different occasions propaganda from the enemy that boils out to be lies. You did it with the Quran and the rape and child molestation. You did it again with this movie that you played that I don't even know what it was supposed to really be representing, because if you would have just played Minister Farrakhan, but Minister Farrakhan said, yes, he had wives. And you didn't pull the CIA transcripts, which said in there that they were wives of Muhammad, not underage girls.
Again, there's no CIA transcript. There's the FBI transcripts. And according to the FBI transcripts, he only had one wife. That was Clara Muhammad. There was no other wives in the transcript. There was no other wives. And even Farrakhan even said, and you heard him say that because if you're dealing with marriages should not be hidden. It should be public. You gotta let people know that you're married. So why would Elijah Muhammad keep that secret if he was married? The man was a fornicator. He was a pedophile. So again, these are a black man defending wrong. And he's calling these people God. We already know that Elijah Muhammad took on the ways of his slave owner, which is his master fraud Muhammad. He took on his ways. Remember, they said fraud Muhammad was God.
Girls, but they were his wives of legal age. Of legal age. The CIA said, the FBI said, well, we're not going to promote it. We're not going to blow it up, because if we blow it up, then other Negroes are going to come to enter the nation just because they can have more than one wife. So we're not going to make that big. We're not going to blow that up. This is in COINTELPRO records. But we don't present that. We don't present that evidence. Why? Because it goes against the lie that Elijah Muhammad was dealing with teenage secretaries. See? Even the white man, even the enemy, at least told the truth when it fucking mattered in their own writings, and it's available for anybody to go pull up and read it. So all of you out there that can, please pull it and show it and read it yourself, and you will see exactly what the government said. Now, why that wasn't brought up, I don't know, but betrayal. Malcolm X was Malcolm Little. Okay? Who taught Malcolm? How did Malcolm get out of jail?
What I'm going to do, okay, I'm going to stop it here. It's been after 4 hours. I'm going to stop it here. Let me close this out. So I'm in it on here. I'm halfway into this video. I will be continue this. Okay, that's two on. So I'm halfway in the video. I will be continue this maybe tomorrow. I'm going to continue this maybe tomorrow to show the rest of the debate. But as you can see, show no information. Everything was based on belief. He's telling me that I should have brought up the CIA records. That wasn't my responsibility. He wanted me to do his work for him. He tried to act like he didn't know computers. He didn't know how to screen share. He's asking me to screen share his information, to look up information for him. It's ridiculous. And then he expect us to believe. Then he's giving information. He just incriminated himself. He said, well, Malcolm said it. But Malcolm didn't do anything. He didn't talk against the messenger. He didn't talk against the messenger. He said anybody that spoke against the messenger should get their ass beat. He didn't do nothing against the messenger. He spoke against the enemy, which is JFK. It was the nation what triggered it, that Elijah Muhammad took away his home. Elijah Muhammad, that evil piece of shit. See, I could talk about him. I could say Elijah Muhammad was a piece of shit, because I'm not part of that Nation Islam garbage. You take away this man's home that he earned, and you put his children on the streets. Yeah, I'm going to talk about your punk ass too. I'm going to bring up your I'm going to pull your profile. That's what Malcolm got paid. He said, oh, you're going to do this to me? You're going to do this to me after I put in all this work and that time, made you a millionaire, and this is what you did to me? No, fuck that. I'm putting your business out there now. He forgot to tell that story. Bozo Muhammad forgot to tell that story. He left that out. He left that out. Why would you do that? Why would you kick this man out of his own home, put his babies in the cold? You got to be an evil person. And you tell me you're a man of God? There was no propaganda. I screenshot everything. He didn't show one evidence. The only evidence that he showed was the video. Actually, I think it was two videos. What the one? I think he showed Farrakhan, but I know he showed the footage with the Malcolm X was recorded on a tape. Didn't have nothing to do with anything. Didn't explain why. Oh, he's apologizing, and you could tell Malcolm at the time was saying anything to get back in the nation because doing a 90 days probation suspension. And during those 90 days, they rigged it where all this stuff they was talking about this man behind that man's back. They wanted to get rid of him. And even in the movie, Elijah Muhammad said there will be ministers that's going to be jealous of you. Farrakhan on 60 Minutes, he said, yes, there was jealousy and envy in the nation against Malcolm X. But he didn't bring that up. He didn't bring that up in the debate. So where did I go wrong? So, family, I just want to say that these religious fanatics, these pseudoscience, these pipe dream worshipers, don't follow these people. These people will say anything to get you to go out there to do their work for them while they get the praise and glory. He missed the whole point of the freaking trial. He was all over the place. And you could tell, I got him. When I'm looking at this video now, I'm like, damn, I had this guy against the ropes. I really did. Like he was like this, like he couldn't take it. It wasn't a knockout, but it was, hey, you know what? The fight is done. You're not fighting back. It's over. Fight is done. TKO. So that's how it was. You could just tell. He was getting aggravated. You could tell by his way he didn't know what to say. He saw his minister, saw his beloved Louis Farrakhan with all them white folks. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say. He couldn't address it. So what he did, he tried to say, oh, I could tell you love Malcolm a lot because he don't like Malcolm. And that's fine. You don't like Malcolm. So if you don't like Malcolm, you don't like Marcus Garvey either. And then he misquote Marcus. Marcus Garvey didn't say that. He didn't show no evidence. He didn't show no proof for that. What did Marcus Garvey say? When did he say that at? Oh, there's going to be, Marcus Garvey said religion is personal. That's a personal thing. Marcus Garvey was about that business. Marcus Garvey made it where black people can invest in their own business. When has Brab Muhammad ever did that for black folks? But they call this white man God. But I thought, wait a minute, I thought the black man was God. You will call this white man a God, but you won't call Marcus Garvey a God. But I guess he's too black for you. So, family, I'm going to do the second part tomorrow. And I'm going to finish the second half tomorrow. because you got to listen to the engagement now. And I'm going to be honest with you. I was really disappointed of the debate because he didn't address anything I said. He was embarrassed. So what do? You try to make it seem that I'm in love with the white man and I'm going to follow the white man and I'm trying to do what the white man. I mean, that's every Nation of Islam, Brab Negro always said the exact same thing. They have the same dumbass talking points. So with that said, I'm done with this. I'm going to continue this tomorrow. I want to thank everybody in the chat. Let me give a couple of shout outs. I'm giving a couple of shout outs here. I'm going to give a couple of shout outs. I'm going to give a shout out to Rennie P. Thank you for coming through, sister. Cool Gamer. Rashid, Sister Raw. Who else? Oh, Truth 884. I know he had to go, but I appreciate Truth for coming through. 12 Vels. Who else? Brother Bakari. Brian EBK, thank you for coming through. I appreciate you. Let's see. My sister said, she said, though many who have lost African minds. So yeah, a lot of them did. A lot of them. I mean, it's sad. It's really sad. And he was trying to tell me that I'm wrong. And that's what, like I said, all these B-Rap talking points where, oh, you in love with the white man. And I'm like, wait a minute. We've been fighting them 5,000 years. This is an ancient war. This ain't nothing new. But we see your minister. We see you worship. You call a white man a god. We see your minister hugging and kissing white people. All of a sudden, it's propaganda now? He was embarrassed. I embarrassed him. But this is the debate that he wanted. And I told him, I said, is this something that you want to do? Because you're going to have to show and prove everything that I throw at you. So I don't, this is the reason why he never wanted to debate me again. He never wanted to debate me again. He got mad. We had a conference and he got upset and he wanted me to take that debate down. I said, no, I'm not taking that debate down. I wanted to see how when people see this video, this is going to be in an archive to see how stupid you sound and see the hypocrisy. Because 1 minute you say one thing and the next minute you jump it around. You don't know where to go. So now you're going to attack Malcolm. You're going to attack Marcus Garvey. You're going to attack all these people. But you're not going to attack Elijah Muhammad for his wrongdoing. You're not going to attack Farrakhan for his wrong. You're not going to take Master Farad Muhammad, that the guy that you call master. Oh, I'm sorry, Wallace Farad Muhammad. You're not going to attack this white man that you call master, that you call God. I see the hypocrisy. But they say the white man's the devil, and they're going to keep telling us that. They're going to keep telling us that, but at the same time, they breaking bread with the enemy. And then when you bring up to them, like, yo, what you doing? Oh, now see, God. Man, please, get out of here with that. You phony, you're fake. And you notice this B-Rad's life have changed for the worse. Now, he was in Tennessee in that video. Now, he's by himself in Philadelphia. He has no house. He has no wife, no children. Nobody's living with him. He's by himself. So what have your God done for you? What have your Allah done for you? See, when you see the energy that what you put out is the energy that you're going to get back. And that piece of shit have done a lot of people wrong. You're never going to have no good luck. Karma is going to bite you in the ass. When you speak ill of our greats, you will be punished. That's facts. That I believe. You will be punished. Karma will get you. I don't talk against my greats. I knew what Malcolm was trying to do. And he was a political man. He wasn't religious. He knew that his religion was personal. So we have to understand that. We have to understand that. But with that said, it's getting late. It's going on 11 o'clock. I'm gonna end this live, and I'm gonna play a part 2 to this. And I'm gonna continue from there. But I had to do a throwback to show the people that when it comes down to debating, you gotta stick to the script. You gotta stick to the script. You gotta stick to the script. So, yeah, the man was upset. I got him against the ropes. I had him against the ropes. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. The man was talking nonsense, talking stupid. And I'm just hitting him up. I'm hitting him up. Just by some slides. That was it. So with that said, family, thank you for tuning in. Thank everybody in the chat for being active. Hit that like button. If you want to show a brother some love, you know what I'm saying? That's cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be more active. I'm gonna try to be more active on I'm gonna be more active on YouTube. So yeah, so I'm gonna just be a little more active as a kid, you know, just to get, you know, get the views up a little bit. But other than that, we got to talk about it. We got to talk about things like this because a lot of misinformation out there. A lot of people don't do real serious research. And as you can see, this man is not a scholar. He don't show any evidence of anything. He wants you to take his words. Because when somebody say they are Muslim, they think they're righteous. So they think they're a God gift to the world. And that's not true at all. Those are the worst people to listen to. Those are the worst people to listen to. So be careful with these pseudoscience cats because they're going to get you in a situation that you will never get out of. Trust me. So with that said, family, I'm out of here. Peace and one love.